The Saturday, May 1st, 2021 special meeting of the Marquette City Commission is now called to order at 8:45 a.m. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, could you please conduct the roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Bonzal? Here. Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Commissioner Hanley?
Here.
Commissioner Mayer?
Here.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hill?
Here.
And Mayor Smith.
Here. I have no announcements at this point in time. This is now our public comment session. I know we have one written comment. City Clerk, do you mind to read that for us, please?
Yes, the only written public comment we received was from Margaret Brum at 404 East Magnetic Street in Marquette, and she writes, these are questions I would like to be asked of the candidates for the city manager position. 1. How familiar are you with the City of Marquette's plan to take the former site of the Cliffs Dow Chemical Company and sell it to a developer for residential construction? How comfortable will you be as city manager in recommending that the city go forward with selling the old Cliffs Dow Chemical Company plant site to a developer for residential home construction? If you will be comfortable with recommending that the city go forward and sell the property to a developer, will you insist that the state of Michigan, responsible for what is on the bottom of Lake Superior, remove the water intake pipe before any development takes place? 2. Please explain what the abbreviation TIF means. Also, please explain how cities use TIF financing to further their development. Also, please explain what brownfields are and how cities use brownfields to further their development. 3. What does the abbreviation PFAS mean, and what is your experience dealing with PFAS contamination in your local area?
Thank you. And do we have anyone who's called in on Zoom for public comment?
At this time, no.
Okay. Moving on to item number 1, consent agenda. Commissioners, do we have a motion on consent? Mayor Pro Tem Hill?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as written.
All right. Do we have a second on that motion? Commissioner Bonzal?
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to new business, we have our city manager search today. That's why we're gathered here. We're conducting interviews. We've got 6 excellent candidates, and we will be on a bit of a tight timeline, so we're going to try to keep things moving as much as we can here. We do have our consultant, Frank Walsh, with us in case we have any questions. And just a couple of notes on how I maybe some ideas on how this process could go. It's my expectation that we'll interview these 6 candidates today and that we will reconvene Tuesday, May 4th at 5:15. We have a special meeting scheduled, and at that point, we may make a selection for a city manager, or we could also look at next steps. So it wouldn't be my expectation that we will make a vote today on the city manager. We'll take some time and think about it, and we will go from there. So commissioners, I just wanted to make sure that that's something that we're, somewhat in agreement with before we move on to start through this process. One other thing, the external candidates, I want to make sure that we have a chance to introduce ourselves. So the internals know who we are. The externals, I will go down the line and everyone can state your first and last name and how long you've been on the commission, just to have that little bit of introduction for them. Do we have any discussion questions before we get started? And if so, we may need to make a motion for discussion, but I just wanted to see before we roll into the process here if any commissioner has anything they want to clarify. Okay. Well, at this point in time, I think we are ready for our first interview, which does not begin until 9 a.m. But if that candidate happens to be ready, we could start early. But if they're not, then we don't. There's no hard feelings there. But I think we're ready at this point. We've got our first one up, 9 a.m. Mr. Sean Hobbins. So, hi, Sean. Thank you for joining us. You can just give us a second here to get our interview packet questions open.
I have a beard.
So we all know Sean. He works for the city of Marquette as the assistant city manager. So we will skip the very brief introductions where we state our name and how long we've been on the commission, because I know you update the website, so you know exactly how long all of us have been on the website. I will go ahead and start things off here. So just please take the next couple of minutes and introduce yourself so the community can get to know you both personally and professionally.
Okay. My name is Sean Hobbins. I am 31 years old, and I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I spent the first 18 years of my life in San Antonio, graduated from Alamo Heights High School, and at that point, I decided to make the jump and move to the Upper Peninsula to go to Northern. My dad was from Cadillac, Michigan, and he went to Northern after the Navy. And, the summer before my senior year of high school, he really wanted to show me a special place that he always talked about growing up. So we came up here and he made me do a campus tour, and that was basically it. I only applied to one school out of high school, and that was Northern. I didn't want to give myself the option to back out of that choice. I knew I needed to make a jump, and this is the place I wanted to be. So then I got my undergraduate degree in political science. I stayed at Northern to get my master's in public administration from there. After that, I went down to the city of Detroit, and I was an AmeriCorps service member with the AmeriCorps Urban Safety Project. That was a really cool program. We organized block clubs. We boarded up vacant houses in the city of Detroit. We worked with trying to develop safe routes to school. We did a lot of really interesting and beneficial things. As I did that as both an AmeriCorps member and then as a staff member. And I also split time as a staff member with the City of Detroit Police Department, where I was an analyst with their CompStat program, which is basically data-based crime fighting. After that, I decided to try to re-engage in municipal government. The nonprofit world is interesting and it has a lot of opportunity, but I prefer the direct impact that municipal government has on people's lives. So I, while helping manage a chicken and waffles food truck, I was a fellowship student or a fellowship intern with the City of Royal Oak. At the end of that year internship, the opportunity to apply with the City of Marquette came about, and I got the job. So I moved right back. So I lived in Marquette for 6 years, getting my undergrad and master's, moved down to Detroit for, 3, and then moved right back to Marquette, and I've been here ever since. I was hired as the management analyst, and then promoted to the assistant city manager just over a year ago. And that's about the evolution of my, professional career up to this point. I live in Marquette. My wife is a school teacher, literally a block down the road. I, live and breathe this city, and I love this community. And I think that's about the gist of it.
Great. Thank you, Sean. And just so you know, we've got, I meant to say this at the beginning, 20 questions, hoping to keep the responses to under 2.5 minutes or around there. And each commissioner will kind of keep going down the line. So we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Hill next.
Yep, so on question number 2. Looking back at your professional career, please share your proudest moment.
I think my proudest moment has to do with taking on a new role as the assistant city manager right at the start of the pandemic. There's a lot of shared stuff between my old position and my new position, but there's also a big increase in responsibility and new roles I had to take on as a more public face of the city and as a higher level support person for the city manager. Having to do that at the start of the unprecedented pandemic that we've all been living through was challenging, interesting, and I'm really proud that I was able to be there to learn and support the city throughout the whole thing, try and save us some money when possible, and to keep this commission meeting and running smoothly as best of my ability.
Thank you.
Sean, we all know that every project doesn't turn out the way it's planned. Can you share a project or an issue that you've worked through that did not reach the result that you hoped for?
Sure. I think that there's this computerized maintenance management system we have with the city that I was tasked with leading and developing. And I got a great implementation going with the wastewater treatment plant, and it's really been something I view as a personal success in that realm, especially coming from no knowledge of the plant, no knowledge of what a CMMS system is, to having to create, this whole program with the partial help of, an implementer from the company. Right now, when we tried to roll it out to Public Works, the pandemic hit. And so it's gotten stalled over the past year, and it's become difficult to implement in that department. I look forward to still trying to make that happen, but it is an example for sure of a project that, I'm very proud of, but has, hit a couple speed bumps along the way that, for this and that reason, it hasn't been able to be completed yet.
Good, thank you.
Hi, Sean. Working in a positive spirit with your neighbors is a hallmark of those of us in the Upper Peninsula. Please share your experience in working in a regional capacity with neighboring communities.
Sure. Well, I helped organize the weekly manager supervisor meeting that we've been doing for over a year now. This was something before that was done on a quarterly basis, where the area leaders, like the managers and supervisors of the townships and cities around here, would meet in a room, talk about their grievances, and then forget about each other for a couple months. I helped organize this and have been a part of the weekly meetings that have really changed the way I think these people view each other and view me. It's a friendly conversation. It's a teamwork opportunity so people can work together, discuss problems, game out, how can I assist you? I mean, just yesterday, we have like Nick Leach of Negaunee Township telling Craig Cugini of Ishpeming City, like how to get recycling bins paid for with grant funding in his city. Whereas that communication, and Craig's like newer to the area, and Negaunee Townships, has at least one, municipality separating Ishpeming. Like that communication might not have happened. So that is something that I've helped facilitate, and I think have been an important part of.
All right, John. Serving as city manager is certainly not an 8-to-5 job profession. Please tell us a little bit about your volunteer activities away from the office.
I don't necessarily have a lot. I dedicate a lot of time to this job, and I really view this. I know I get paid, but I really view this as a service to the community. I'm here late multiple times a week usually, so I don't do a lot of external stuff. It's mostly with my career.
Thanks, Sean. If you were an elected Marquette City Commissioner, what do you think your top 2 goals or priorities for the community would be over the next 2 years?
First, no thank you. You guys can have that job. I think that providing, the right environment for redevelopment of some of our bigger properties would be a focus of mine. We have Shopco, Office Depot, the hospital, and the mall that kind of stick out, first and foremost. So I think doing what we can, meeting with developers, seeing what opportunities are available for creative funding or creative, like incentives, that would be a real priority for me. And then, I've been in pretty much every ad hoc housing committee meeting. I've been listening to developers and real estate agents and everybody this side of the county talk about the housing problems. I bought my house a couple years ago, and even then it was a hot market, not quite what it is now. But I do think that the report that's going to be coming out of the housing committee is going to be an important thing to digest. And as a commissioner, that would be something I'd want to have a lot of discussions about and look at how we could implement.
Thank you, Sean. Teamwork is a key in effective governance.
Could you please share with us an example in your time when you went above and beyond? You good? Where you went above and beyond to foster teamwork in an organization you were a part of?
Yeah, I'll reach a little bit further back out of, city government experience and go back to AmeriCorps. I had an interesting opportunity in the neighborhood that I was, tasked in serving in, where we had a very large church. And I mean, I'm talking like 3 times the size of St. Peter's across the street, like with like a whole block complex that was vacant, doors torn off, bushes overgrown, criminal activity happening inside, and it was right across the street from a school, like an elementary school and playground. So I was tasked to do something about it to the best of my ability. So I, organized like neighbors around the area. I got, funding and materials, and we were able to cut down all the overgrown bushes and grass and everything that was not only hiding insects and like other stuff like that, but like people who like intended harm on children. And we were able to get that cleared out, and then we boarded up every single door and window at entry height that was there in a 2-day event. So I had to, lead AmeriCorps service members. I had to lead AmeriCorps staff. I had to lead community members, and I had to manage donations and supplies. And I think that was a really good example of teamwork creating a positive impact on, even just a micro area of a community.
Back to me, Sean, and I know we're kind of bouncing all over, but it seems to go in order from what you've seen for commissioners. All right, so number 8, we trust that you've had an opportunity to review page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. The page describes the type of candidate we are seeking to lead our city. Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
Sure. I think, first of all, I understand the city of Marquette. I understand, our staff, the department heads, at least they say they like and respect me. I know how they work and how they think and how to manage them. And as the city manager of an organization the size of Marquette, you really need to be a team leader. You need to understand that, there's no way you're going to be able to shoulder every responsibility as a city manager, and you have talented staff available to help you along the way, and it's your responsibility to support them more than anything rather than direct them what to do. So I think that, could you restate the question? Sorry.
Absolutely. We trust that you've had an opportunity to review page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. The page describes the type of candidate we are seeking to lead our city. Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
Gotcha. Sorry, I just needed to refresh there. So like I was saying, I know the people in this city, I know the functions of our city, and I know how we work. And I think that my time in our office has given me that experience and the ability to step into a leadership role in the city as the city manager. I think that I would be able to continue forward our path of success. We've accomplished a lot of big goals over the past 5 years, and we have a couple left to close out, but we also need to start looking towards the future and what we're able to do in that regard. And I think that my knowledge of the team we have available, our current capabilities, and what we're capable of in the future would make me a good manager.
Great, thank you.
All right, back to me. Providing timely and effective customer service is very important to the City Commission. Please share a recent past experience you had in solving a citizen complaint.
I deal with that every single day. For the first 4 years at the city, I was the guy answering the phone in the city manager's office. And when I developed the website, I put our phone number as the general number for the city. So when someone called the city for help, I was the person to answer, and I was the person able to direct them to the right place to go, because I knew if they have a recycling problem, man, I'm not going to be able to solve it for you, but I know I can call Waste Management or I can call Melissa in Public Works and they'll be able to figure it out for you. If you have a plan, an issue with, zoning, I can connect you with Andrea. I knew how to direct people or solve most of the issues that they were having. I still take a lot of those calls. So it's less of a ability to pull out one example because it's a bulk of what I do is responding to citizen concerns and help and needs for help. I really take the mentality that we are here to serve our residents and I'm here to help them find an issue, not just say it's not my problem. If somebody calls and needs, a marriage license or they need a building code permit, I don't just say, okay, go call the county. I'll go find the number for them. If they have an issue with, a zoning permit that's been denied, like I'll go gather the information and be like, hey, I'm sorry that you feel this way. We don't have any administrative control over this, but this is what you could do as an alternative option. I'm a person who, when I have somebody asking for help, I really think about it and I try and find them an answer and not just tell them, you have to look elsewhere.
You certainly are aware that we've got 10 miles of Lake Superior shoreline within the city limits. And we're certainly very proud to be in that position. But what relevant experience would you bring to Marquette that will provide excellent stewardship for this resource?
Well, I just assisted in adding a couple 100 feet to that this past week, so I'm very proud of that. And I'm working on adding a couple more 100 feet with another project right now. But I do understand, as somebody who lives, just a couple blocks from Lake Superior, the importance of keeping our lakeshore public and open. It's a primary goal for any commissioner, city manager, city staff member that lives, or works in this area. Is you have to manage our lakeshore and you have to keep it public. And there's not much more you can say than like that's just the way things are here. The city, the lakeshore is for the people.
Thank you.
Back to me, Sean. As you know, Marquette has several potential economic development opportunities, including the future of the Cliffsdale site. Please outline your experience in economic development, including the redevelopment of former industrial sites.
Sure. Well, I did write the city's economic development plan as it stands, and that is a redevelopment-ready community and MEDC-approved plan. And I am the liaison for the Marquette Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and I've been attending those meetings for about 2 years now. So I'm well aware of, brownfield rules, requirements, opportunities, current projects, and, how they interface with economic development. I'm very aware of the Cliffsdale project and how important it is to not only taking care of a, former Superfund site, but to funding and supporting the Lakeshore Boulevard transformation that's been going on. So my experience with economic development and brownfields has been in the city of Marquette and has been through actions that this commission has approved.
All right, Marquette's park system and recreational opportunities are unparalleled in Michigan. Please share your experience with creating and maintaining recreational and park opportunities within your community.
I don't know that I've had a lot of opportunity for that. It's, not for lack of want, but it's just we have a very skilled department staff who deals with our parks and recreation.
All right, Sean, you noted this in your previous answer to my last question, but Marquette is struggling to provide affordable housing for city residents. Recently, the city commission received a report about housing affordability, and there'll be another one coming in June. Have you had an opportunity to review the initial report that was released in January by the Ad Hoc Housing Committee? And if so, what are your initial thoughts on the findings?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to help review it and revise it. I was, it was Dennis, yourself, and me who helped put it together. I admit that you and Dennis did a majority of the work, but I do believe I contributed. I do think it's a very important document. I'm looking forward to the final document that's going to be coming out in June for commission review. And I think it really highlighted a lot of good issues. I mean, what can we do as a city to allow for ADUs and multifamily residential to maybe be a little bit more available? I do think we need to make sure that's the will of the city of Marquette. And I think that as a part of the final report that comes out, it would be important to, hold public forums, make sure that we are sourcing resident opinions. But I think that the recommendations in that report are good. They're strong. There's been a lot of interesting discussion that has come out of that committee and the findings in that report. So I do support it. I've been to, like I said, just about every ad hoc housing committee meeting. I understand the issue that's facing us, and I'm willing to do my part in help taking it on.
All right, Sean, jumping over here. All right, we're going to fast forward a few years here. It's 2026. You've served as our city manager for 5 years. Looking back, what does a record of success look like for you? Please share with us what you hope to accomplish in the next 5 years.
I think a record of success personally would be taking on the position, learning and growing with it, really being somebody that the commission can look to for guidance, can rely upon for strong policy recommendations and management of the city. I think in terms of big projects, the redevelopment of the Cliffsdale property is a huge one, and it's been a nut we've been trying to crack for many years. I think we are getting closer to it, but I think that's something that needs to be accomplished within the next 5 years. I think making the redevelopment of the hospital a priority to the best of our ability as a city government can with a privately owned piece of land. I think that would be a good measurement, a personal measurement of success. But just continuing the city on a responsible financial path forward, taking care of resident needs, at our current level or even better, and then taking the time to look forward to the future and plan for the future. If we have all those things going on in the next 5 years and we're set up for the following 5 years, that would be my measurement of success.
Thank you.
Okay, Sean, go ahead and take a couple of minutes and describe in detail what attracts you to apply for this position. Why Marquette?
Well, like I said, I've been in Marquette for, I moved here when I was 18, and I've never looked back. It was a big jump coming here from Texas, but I love the community of Marquette. I love, our outdoor recreational opportunities. I love the public stewardship of parks and Lakeshore. I mean, having a place like Presque Isle is just an incredible thing to have in a community, and it really is something I appreciate in terms of how former city government has managed to maintain a huge property of like that for public use. So I love the attitude of Marquette that we're here to live, we're here to work, but we're also here to enjoy our surroundings, and we're here to appreciate the land that we're on and the people that we're here with. I came from a place where, I was on the marching band field and it was 115 degrees. So I don't mind the winter climate. I love it and I thrive with it. You can always put on another coat, but you can't escape heat stroke. So I love living in a winter city. I love to ski. I love being out in the snow. I love like thinking about the logistics. It's novel to me because we didn't grow up with it in San Antonio, but like the logistics of snow plowing and sidewalk plowing and shoveling, it's wild because I mean San Antonio and Austin just had their like snowpocalypse event back in February, and it was 2 days of nobody knowing what to do because there was an inch of snow on the ground and no one could drive nowhere, no one could do anything. And I think about like how much I've learned being a part of this northern community, how we manage that, how cities adapt to take on those kinds of crises, and how it becomes just a normal everyday thing that people live with. So I love just everything about Marquette. It's hard to, I don't want to keep just waxing on about it, but I love the size of the community. I love that I'm at work in 3 minutes. I love that my wife teaches art a block down the street. I love that all my friends work in the community and we're not commuting, 30 minutes to, another suburb and then 30 minutes back to our suburb. It's a different sort of feel. It's an urban environment and a rural atmosphere, and it's just a special place.
Great, thank you.
Question 16, just to give you a heads up.
Talk kind of fast, sorry.
Yeah, so we're rolling. This question is, have you had an opportunity to review the master plan? And if so, what thoughts did you take away from the document?
Yes, I have. I've been reading the master plan since I started working here. I've been participating in the strategic planning process that's been going on with the city. I think it's a good document as a whole. It is 2021. The original document came out like 5 or 6 years ago. What I'm most excited for with the master plan, and I think there's a lot of good goals and recommendations in it, is, we're coming up to a review process for the master plan. And I'm excited to really try and engage the public, especially after what I feel like has been a year, despite our best ability, of having limited public engagement. I remember, when we would have multiple people for public comment every meeting, and they would be here to express their opinions. This was more of a public forum in the past. And I feel like in the last year, despite everything I've tried to do, even personally, to facilitate it, we've lost a little bit of that. So what I'm excited for the master plan is to re-engage with the public, go out there, source their opinions, meet with them, do sharettes, do public meetings, see how attitudes and demographics and people have changed since 2015, and see if the goals in that master plan, while still good right now, have changed, if there's new goals, if stuff is dropped off. That's pretty much encapsulates it.
Thank you.
Can you describe the type of approach that you would use, Sean, in collective bargaining agreements?
Sure. I think it really should never be an adversarial process. I just finished participating in our fire negotiations with the city, and I'm about to start working on Public Works and the DPW supervisors. And it's really, we need to have a beneficial arrangement. The city wants what's best for its employees, but we also have, a financial responsibility to our taxpayers, and the employees want, what's best for them. How do we balance it so that we both come out ahead? There's tempered expectations sometimes, but how can we work creatively so that everyone walks out of that meeting happy and content, and that you continue to have a good workplace, a good relationship with your employees, and that you're still maintaining financial stewardship to the taxpayers?
Thank you.
Hi, Sean, it's me again.
It just bounces,
I don't know if Frank Welsh had some information, but I'm really glad to be asking you this question. More recently, there's been an increase in available state and federal funds. Please share an experience you have with grant writing.
So this is fun because Sally was my grant writing teacher in graduate school. In our office, and in the city, we do a lot of outsourcing of grant writing, mostly to the Superior Watershed Partnership. And then, we get them to do the legwork of searching and writing for grants for us, because they're very good at it, and they have a lot more time to do it than I think, our, limited bandwidth staff. So, in my role in this office, I've been involved with more the discussions of, they bring a grant to us and we tell them how it doesn't fit with our requirements, or how it doesn't fit with the commission, like policies, or how we need it changed, or how it works perfectly for us, as rarely as that is. Our role with the city of Marquette and grant funding is to enact it. And I think that's been a really good relationship that we've had with them. I know we have a lot of, infrastructure bills looking to come through Congress. We have a lot of potential funding coming out there. And, I'd like to engage with other people and other organizations that are able to provide us that same kind of service. I mean, the $20,000 a year we spend on just getting the grants that the Watershed Partnership gets us has paid itself off in spades. So if, I'd like to research the opportunity to have, somebody who could look at infrastructure, who could look at, climate adaptation technology we could implement in the city, who could do those kinds of things for us and not have to have staff sit there and scroll the federal website for grants all the time. People who live and breathe it, I think, is the best way to go with the city. So I've done written a couple small grants in my time, but it hasn't been a part of my role. I did enjoy the class a lot, though.
But you know how.
Me next. All right, this is an opportunity now for the city commission to sit back and watch a commercial with passion and energy. Please take the next couple of minutes to provide a commercial on why you're the best candidate for to serve as the city manager of Marquette.
So I think that I have really shown my dedication to this city. I've dedicated pretty much all of my professional career for, the city of Marquette from the time, about 10 years ago now, when I was a fellowship student with the city, going around to every department, learning, doing what I can, even participating in labor negotiations back then with Susan Bohor, as a note taker, as a graduate student. I was interested in every minute of it. I came back to the city of Marquette as soon as possible when an opportunity to work with this organization appeared. I think that I am capable of doing the job. I think I'm well liked and well trusted in this city. I think that it would be a smooth transition from Mike Angeli to myself, and that I have a lot of confidence from a lot of key people in the city. And I think I have a good relationship with the city commission. I think you guys have been able to see what I've been able to accomplish, even just in my time as the assistant city manager, let alone my time before that. I think I have a passion for the city of Marquette and, the community at large. I'm a resident here. I, live and breathe Marquette. I just think that I have the right combination of education, experience, time in Marquette, and just love for the city to be the next city manager.
Thank you, Sean. Last question here. We really appreciate and thank you for your interest in being our next city manager, and for applying. And I was just wondering if you have any questions for us.
I don't want to say no, but do you guys think you are going to be making a decision here in the next week, or would there be another interview?
My
Do you
hope
have
would
any
be
idea?
that we might have a decision on Tuesday the 4th, but I don't know that for sure. The commission may have a couple of top candidates, and we may decide to do maybe another next round via Zoom interviews or determine at that point. But, I would like to get moving on this because, as you know, Mike Angeli is retiring at the end of the month. We are now in May, and that is the month he retires, so it would be great to get someone in place sooner than later.
it's weird that it's actually happening. But I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank you for the opportunity to interview. I really appreciate it. This is a dream job for me. This is the I know the average life of a manager is 5 years, but if I got this position, I'd want to be one of those managers who was here for 15, 20, 25 years, who retired in this community. Like, this is the job that I have been working for, and I want more than anything. And if selected, I would do everything in my power to be, live up to everything I've said today and to make Marquette the best place I could be going forward.
Thank you, Sean. We really appreciate you joining us today. I think so. Thank you, Sean. We'll see you soon. So I would like to propose that we take a recess. I'm not sure if we have the other candidate. I'm sure they're not here yet because we started early. So let's we'll need a motion for a recess. And I don't know exactly what time we'll adjourn, because we may be able to adjourn a few minutes or reconvene a few minutes early depending on when they show up. So I don't know how to make that. I'm looking
Well,
for.
I'm a little uncomfortable continuing to start early because people have expectations of when they're supposed to be here, and people are watching on TV. Like, I would rather stay to our time frame, frankly, than keep starting early. I don't think that's fair. I mean, it didn't take, I was worried that 20 questions would take an hour, and it
Yeah,
certainly didn't.
I respectfully disagree a little bit. I think we could start a few minutes early if it makes sense, but I understand where you're coming from too. I think for now we can probably do a motion to recess for now. Commissioner Stonehouse?
Your Honor, I motion for a recess at a variable time based on your call.
Okay. And do we have a second on that motion? Commissioner Bonzel?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 7-0. We are currently on a recess. Appreciate the double check. All right, we have now reconvened, and we will be moving into our second interview at 10 a.m. for Mr. Richard Downey. And I know he's in the next room, and we'll wait for him to get situated here. Hi, Richard. Thank you for joining us. Good. Welcome. We are doing well. Absolutely. And hi, Richard. We will go down and we will just down the line and say first and last name and how long we've been on the commission. And then we have a set of 20 questions here. Various commissioners will be asking the questions, and we're hoping to keep the responses to the questions to under 2.5 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Bonzel, first and last name and the year you joined the commission.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name's Evan Bonzel, and I was elected to the City Commission in 2019, about a year and a half ago.
I'm Sally Davis. I've been appointed to the commission for just over a year now.
I'm Jessica Hanley, and I've been on the commission since November of last year.
And I'm Jenna Smith. I have been on the commission since 2017. I was appointed at that time, and I was elected in 2018.
My name is Jen Hill, and I was elected in November 2018.
My name's Cody Mayer, and I was elected in November of 2020.
Fred Stonehouse, I'm not sure when I was elected, but this is my 10th year, I think, 11th year of being on the commission.
Well, thank you for joining us, Richard. We certainly appreciate you traveling here to partake in these interviews. Please take the next couple of minutes and introduce yourself so the community can get to know you both personally and professionally.
Sure can. Okay, now I know we're 6 feet apart, but I know we're inside. It's probably very hard to hear me. Do you mind if I take off my mask?
Not at all. We have
Everybody okay
given
with
the
that?
authority for the candidates to take off their masks if they
Because I-
choose to do so.
I've actually had COVID in November, so now I've had my shots, so my COVID shots. So a little bit about me. I'm a 20-year local government professional, and I'm assuming everybody has my resume. If not, I have
Yes, we do.
copies.
We
Okay.
have them.
So I've worked in Kansas. If you want to know where, if you take the map of Kansas and you go in the very southwestern corner, Oklahoma, Colorado, that's where I was. Elkhart, Kansas, 2,200 people. Started there, and then I've worked in Illinois, in 2 places, Rock Falls, Illinois, right along the Rock River, just south of Sterling. A lot of people go Wall Clipper. That's where we were. And then I worked just very briefly for Washington, Illinois, down by Peoria. And now I'm working up in Wisconsin, in just south of Wausau. I can't do the thing like Michigan does, but kind of in the center of the state. So when people say, you know, we get snow here, I say, yeah, I'm familiar. Let me see. I've worked on numerous budgets over from $4 million, little budget in Kansas, up to $17 million. Departments such as water, sewer, public works, electric, broadband. Rock Falls, we owned our own municipal electric agency. I've worked on grants as far as recycling grants, small recycling grant out west, to brownfield rehabilitation grants. We had actually significant 2 US EPA brownfield sites on our riverfront when I was in Rock Falls. I understand you got a little brownfield issue here too. So I've worked on those. I've worked with different department heads. In every community I've ever worked, I've always gotten involved locally. What that means is Lions, Small Business Association, or what we call as the South Area Business Association, where I am. Chamber of Commerce, those type of things. Because I might be in an office somewhere, but if I can be more presentable, I can, be out collecting glasses or doing the pancake breakfast or being the MC at the Christmas parade. I can do that. I'm a little bit more approachable. So I've always done that. And I've always lived in the community. I always believe, wherever I've worked, I always believe if I'm going to work somewhere and I'm going to have the same tax rates, the same water rates, I'm going to worry about sidewalks, I'm going to worry about new housing starts, I won't say the same pain, but I should be having the same experience. I've always worked there. So that kind of gives me a little bit. I think I'm under my 2 minutes. So
Thank
I'm
you.
not trying to make fun of it. I'm just trying to,
Absolutely.
so that way I can go long on a couple of the other ones. So.
Sounds good. And we'll just kind of move back and forth between different
That's fine.
commissioners. Mayor Pro Tem Hills asking the next one.
Number 2.
Great.
Looking back at your professional career, Please share your proudest moment.
My proudest moment is when I watched as a contractor hugged an old woman. Okay, wow, what's that about? Well, that's it, that's my 2 minutes. What we had is we had a housing rehabilitation program in Rock Falls. We would put $40,000 of repair into a home, and it would be floors, roofing, doors, windows, HVAC, everything. And we did that for years. I actually started that. It was a program that we did with a nonprofit there, and state funds, which was federal funds. I don't want to get too far into it, but when I saw that this woman could have probably lived in her house, but she was limited income, she was Social Security. And when she saw that she was going to be able to live there for another 10 years plus, and after 10 years, you know what? You never have to pay anything back. That was probably the best day professionally. Best day professionally. And honestly, when she turned around and saw that we put in a doggy door for her dog, that was just icing on the cake. So,
I'll pick the next one up then. We know that every project does not turn out the way we planned it to. Can you share a project or an issue that you've worked on that did not reach the results you intended?
Sure. We have groundwater issues where I am in Cronenwetter, which means that you're going to get water in your basement, you're going to get water in your front yard, and the water's not going to flow away from your property maybe. It's a very, very flat community. We don't have a lot of tilt to it. So, and when we originally issued the request for proposals, I looked at it and went, let's do hotspots. Let's do just points around the community. And because that's, honestly, it's a little bit more, you can fund it more. You can fund it easier. And when I brought that to the board, knowing the board was very averse to spending money and, they're being very frugal, they kind of looked at it and said, after we had done a lot of work on this RFP, they had seen the RFP, they had seen the proposals, we had gone through, we've been working on it for about 6 months. They looked at me and said, you know what, we're actually going to go back now and we're going to do a whole community one. And I looked at them and I said, okay, now you do realize the reason why we did the hotspots is it's less expensive to do initially. And they said, yeah, we understand that. So it's a lot of work, a lot of time. And, we had discussions before we had even sent that RFP out, making sure that they were under the understanding that this is what we were going to do. And then I think we had a little bit of a changeover, and they had some citizen members come in and kind of concerned. So they changed course. Now, I'm not the king, I'm not the prince, so we changed course. Okay, so I take that RFP, all the work we had done, set it aside. Disappointing, but we're going to go back to it. And actually, I'm working with we have a committee and we have committee and the board. We're going to work together and basically do probably a public hearing and a couple other things to kind of work that back. So I wouldn't say it was something we just had to redo. Disappointing, but I kind of wanted to make it kind of recent. So.
Thank you.
It's my turn.
Okay.
I'm going to take you from your very flat community to the hilly Upper Peninsula.
I was going to say, you've got a couple of hills around here. It's okay.
So working a positive spirit with your neighbors is a hallmark of those of us in the Upper Peninsula. Please share your experience in working in a regional capacity with neighborhood communities.
Okay, so we have, if you were to go to Cronenwetter, where I am now, you could look and I could drive up to the northern part of the village and you would be in Rothschild, which is another village. Villages in Wisconsin are, I would say, on the town, or they're a little bit bigger. I would say they're probably city size. So I have Rothschild to my north, Mosinee to my south, Red Mountain to, not that I want to give you a geography lesson, but what it is we have a lot of places that we're jigsawed in together. So we're kind of a suburb. And so when we do things, it's better to do things together, or at least start that process that way. Perfect example, I know this is kind of a small thing, but we're doing chainsaw training for a couple of my employees. I called Rothschild and I said, I said, Gary Olson, my opposite number there, I said, Gary, do you got anybody in these chainsaw? Yeah, I got probably 15. I said, okay, well, tell you what, come on my site, bring your guys, and you have the same insurance company that we do, they'll pay for it, and we work together on it. Again, very small, but at the same time, it was a win for us. Let me go a little bit bigger. We have one of our municipal wells is contaminated. I shouldn't say contaminated. It has high manganese and high iron. Rothschild has capacity that they can sell water to us. So we're working with them right now to buy water. Honestly, it's a little bit bigger than the chainsaw thing, but it's the same concept. We do not, when my boat goes up, theirs goes up as well. If we sink, they sink as well. To think that we are going to be, we're going to be all right if everybody else sinks, that's just not the way it's going to work. I mean, I will tell you that in some states I've worked in, Illinois, that's kind of how you're put, because you fight over sales tax. That's your main, that was 70% of my budget there. So, but I've generally worked together, just to kind of continue with that a little bit. I'm part of what's called the City Manager Association in Wisconsin, and I'm the regional coordinator. So I could actually name all of the regions around, and we have regional meetings. Because honestly, some of my best ideas I've stolen or, replicated other, but the idea is somebody's going to have a better idea, and I'm not going to know everything. So, got it? We're going to be there. Okay.
All right. Well, serving as a city manager is certainly not an 8 to 5 profession. Can you tell us a little bit about your volunteer activities away from work?
You said it's not 8 to 5?
Sometimes.
Okay. They didn't tell me that, so no, I'm very aware. Volunteer activities. I think I talked a little bit about it. It really depends on the community I'm in. Like when I was in Kansas, the Lions Club, we did a lot of things. That's how I became the MC of the Christmas parade. But the Lions Club meets on the same day, the same time as my village board, so I couldn't be a member when I was in Cronenwetter. So I've done other things, Cub Scouts, Scouts BSA, Girl Scouts. I have a vested interest because I have 2 kids, so they went through there as well. So worked on that. Visit with the Lions Club as I can, after our meeting's done, I go in and talk to them. So, and just kind of other things to kind of, again, when you're approachable, when, if I'm not in my office, behind my wooden desk, when I'm out planting flowers, when I'm out collecting, food for the food drive for Cub Scouts, when I'm out racing pieces of wood down a track, those are the times that now Mick Chase can come to me and say, Richard, I got a problem with this tree branch, or I got a problem with this road's breaking up, or those type of things. So I can kind of go through, when I was in Rock Falls, I didn't really talk about that, but Chamber of Commerce was kind of the big claim to fame there, and I was a Lions Club member there. So I've done a little bit of everything. So again, I try to, and I know I was being facetious. I just want to make sure you understand. I understand that it is not 8 to 5. It's like 8 to 5:30. So there's going to be days that are going to be long. There's going to be days that are going to be, okay, I'm going to leave here at 5. And there's going to be election days that I actually leave the building before the clerk does, and I always feel like I'm kind of being tardy. Well, because in Wisconsin, I'm not allowed to touch election. I don't do elections. So I usually leave in like the 2 days a year when I'm leaving before the clerk. I always look at her, I'm like, okay, do you need anything? No. Are you sure you don't need anything? No, you can leave. So I understand.
Thank you, Richard. If you were an elected Marquette City Commissioner, like all of us, what would your top 2 goals or priorities for the community be over the next 2 years?
Okay. It's a good question. I guess I want to start with, I will never be. Well, no offense. My job is to not, I guess I want to start off with, my job is not to overturn, if I'm selected, is not to overturn which way you folks want to go. If you say we go down First Street, we're going to block it off, and we're going to do this and that, I can tell you why you should do it, why you shouldn't do it, how much it's going to cost. But at the end of the day, if the mayor says, with obviously the commission's approval, you say we're going to do this, that's how we do it, okay? Okay, so now let me get back to your question. If I was elected official, what would I do in the first 2, you said 2 years? 2 years. 2 years? Okay. And you're going to probably know all these things already. So I've already talked to Fritz Erickson, the president of the university. I want to call it Central because that's where I went, but it's Northern. So at Northern, because he and I, when we chatted, we talked about how they've done residential on their campus, and he's got some funding ideas. I mean, realize you're going to be getting a pretty good chunk of change here from the American Recovery Plan Act. I don't know if everybody knows how much you're going to get. You're going to get $2,073,000. So The rules aren't out for yet, but I would look at how can we use the ARPA money with maybe working with Mr. Erickson and even Mr. Atkinson. They called him GAR. They kept calling him GAR, but it's Garfield Atkinson at the health system. How can we work together to do a larger project? And because it's going to be, well, you know this, it's going to be housing's going to what you're going to need to look at. There's a brownfield issue that is going to have to probably be looked at. I know that there was an idea in 2020 to sell the property. That's the one thing I honestly have not seen is the assessment and the assessment plan and the cleanup plan, so I can't. So I actually got an email from an attorney locally here earlier today about, what would I do? I think she wanted to ask a public comment question, which I don't know if you were going to do today, but I responded to her. So, so I would be housing, I guess the cleanup, and then honestly, maybe a little thing, maybe something that would be, a small thing. When I got where I am in Cronenwetter, we started, and I know this seems very pedantic, but we did an outdoor movie. And honestly, that was something that when I leave, I will be very proud of that. And it's, when we originally started, it was, we're setting up the screen, I turned around, there was 2 people in the audience, we're not gonna have anything. I turned around again, there was 200 people in the field. That's a good family thing. Because I know that you have a lot of influx, residents at Northern, obviously, I don't want to say commuters, but, people that are kind of transient. And what can you do to kind of create more of a community? I haven't looked through I honestly didn't get to look through all your parks and stuff. So, if I'm elected, so. And then also probably that city manager probably gave him a raise. So, maybe, 4-day work week, that's always good. Maybe a coffee bar. So those are probably things that I've seen a lot of other communities not do, and maybe you want to be the first. So. I probably wouldn't get reelected. That's the thing.
All right. So teamwork is key to effective governance. Could you please share with us a few examples of your time when you went above and beyond to foster teamwork in one of your previous organizations?
Sure. Just this week, my treasurer, she lost a loved one. And honestly, we usually, I don't want to get too far into it, but when we have reports coming before the board, I usually have the department head that is reporting out there just so they can answer follow-up questions. And that day, she got notice, and she came and let me know. And she said, well, I know I'm supposed to be at the board meeting. And I looked at her and I said, you know what? Team's going to carry you. Don't worry about it. Go. And that's what we did. And I looked at the board, and the board was like, where's Alicia? What's going on? And I said, she's gone. She took personal time. I'll take any questions. And we went from there. And she even, during the meeting, she was texting me, and I'm like, look, because the other thing is, in that situation, I knew that she just had to grieve, and she had to deal with her family, and there was a whole bunch of other things. So, and the team, and I don't want to just say myself, community development director was sitting here, my police chief was back behind me, and we answered questions that we need. There wasn't a lot of questions on the finance report, so that was that. So that's one. You said you want to do multiple. So that was a little one. We also just recently hired for a public works director. I actually just on Tuesday just finalized that and sent out. So we finalized that. As part of that process, because I've been down a department head, I needed some help from my staff. And I basically told them that. And they all knew, So what we did is, as part of the interviewing process for the director, we did a staff interview. But instead of me leading it, me being in the room, it was my fire chief, my police lieutenant, my finance director, my village clerk, and they took it, and what they did is they ran with it. And then when they were done with the interviews, I met with my finance director because she reported out from it, and she walked me through, okay, here's what it was. And it wasn't that, well, I did this, and now can I get another $500, or can I do, they knew we needed to get it done, and they did it. And I will say that we have a pretty strong team where we are. I keep telling everybody, once we get a DPW, we're gonna be playoff ready. So, because, we do pull together. And honestly, even though police officers, firefighters, they wear different uniforms, even parks, public works, but we all try to pull together. So I think you said just 2. I mean, I can throw you a couple more if you want, or no? Oh, you're good?
Your call.
Okay, no, I'm good. I'll just be quiet now. Okay.
Not for long. We have another question for you.
Okay, well, that's fine.
So we trust that you've had an opportunity to review page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. The page
Yes, I have.
describes the type of candidate we are seeking
This page?
to lead our city.
Anybody
Please
need a
take-
copy? It's messy.
Please
I
take
actually do have it.
Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
Okay, so I do have it in front of me. So I will tell you that I understand that it's a team mentality. And you know, I'm looking, you know, with a lot of high energy, things of that nature. I will tell you that my wife and I had a lot of places we could have stayed. We stayed downtown and we walked the community, not only last night, but this morning. So we're trying to kind of get a gauge for what's going on. And again, I know I keep kind of referring back to it, but that approachable, I'm not in my office type of thing. So I think that lends well. Deep passion for the environment. I can tell you that when I got the email from the woman this morning about, you know, can you talk about brownfield? Can you talk about what a TID is? Can you talk about, I looked at my wife and like, that's right in my wheelhouse. Because that's what we did. I mean, if you want to know exactly, go to Google and type in Rock Falls Reliant Brownfield. And you'll see we had 2 parts of the Rock River that were impacted. I mean, when US EPA shows up and they say, you got a problem, that's when you kind of sit back and go, okay, we're gonna sink or we're gonna swim. And we sank for a while, but we swam, you know. So let me see, develop trust amongst the city commissioners. I've got some things that I usually try to do every week. And what it is, it's just a weekly report. If you want, I got copies, if you want to see it. And what it is, it's kind of low-level stuff, but I try to send it out so that way you folks know. So if someone stops, you know, Mr. Stonehouse, you know, oh, he stops him at the grocery store. Can you tell me about why we're digging up 3rd Street or what's going on over there? I see you got a new truck. Why is that? He might be like, oh yeah, Parks was going to buy a new truck because the last one such and such. I'm not saying you have to memorize it or anything, but it gives you that little information. I also know that you folks don't get elected to be surprised. You do not. And I've always, whenever I have brought on new elected officials, have talked to new elected officials, when I've gone to a new place, I always tell them 2 things. If I email you, you know it's information. If I call you, you know it's serious. I mean, if you call me and you want to know, Richard, can you tell me about why we bought a Ford F-150 for the water department? Okay, I'll answer that question. It's fine. I can do that. But if I have to call you because one of our police officers has been arrested for solicitation, I'm going to call everybody. I actually had to do that about 3 years ago. Yeah, I know you're like, whoa, I think you're making that up. But those are the type of things. So I try to keep commissioners informed. I'm going to call you board members. I'm sorry, but that's what I'm used to, village board members. Okay, unparalleled communication skills. Talked about that. I don't usually talk very much if you haven't figured it out. Take the time to listen to the community. I will tell you, when I was in Rock Falls, and it's something that I've been willing to do in Chronowater, but the board just doesn't want to do it, which is fine. I used to present the entire budget to the public. It would be an open house. And I would take any question. And it was usually a long night. And sometimes it was people that were not exactly the fans of the community. They wanted to come in and hammer on things, but I was willing to answer those. And even this woman this morning that emailed me, I felt it was important to at least respond to her and try to do that. I've worked in the private sector when I was going through college, and it was always 24-hour response time when I worked for different places, and I always try to instill that in my staff as well. Even if it's, I don't know, I'll find out. Why did we buy truck for this? I don't know, I'll find out. Can I take screen doors to the spring-wide cleanup? I don't know, I'll find out. Or maybe they know, so. Let me see, check, demonstrated team builder, deep passion for the environment, demonstrated fresh ideas with a UP spirit. That was the one I was stumped on. I don't know what UP I'm kidding. My wife actually is from Lansing, so she actually, when I met her, she was holding up her hands. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm just showing you where I live. And I'm like, and then I kind of figured it out. So I mean, my wife's been here a number more times than I have. We've been here, we've walked around. We know what we're, if you're worried about, does he know what he's getting into, or does he know is it for snow? I understand that. Be calm and thoughtful leader. I generally think I am. I think that's it. I don't know if you want me to respond to any of the other ones, or I think I got them all. Suggest new policies to the board revolving 4-day work week. Oh, that was in pencil. I'm sorry. That was in pencil. I don't know why I'm going to hit on that again. I'm probably, so.
Well, thank you, Richard. Nice job. You mentioned some materials. If you want to give those to the city clerk
Yeah,
to hand out to us, that would be great.
Sure.
But you don't have to. If you
Okay.
wanted to, you can. It's up to you.
Okay.
And then I just, just a quick follow-up. Richard, do you go by Richard, or do you have?
Yeah, I usually go by Richard.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we're moving on to Mayor Pro Tem again next.
All right, I'm question number 9.
Okay.
And it's going to build right on what you were saying. Providing timely and effective customer service is very important to the City Commission. Please share a recent experience you had in solving a citizen complaint.
Let's go small. Someone called. They wanted to know if they could take, this is going to be a small one, screen door to our spring cleanup. My staff up front didn't know. I wasn't sure. I told them take their contact information. We called them back. And then we called them back. Okay, let's go bigger now. We have a water quality issue. We had an open house where we could answer, we presented our plan and then answered questions. And some of it was, why are we using, I mean, there was some hard questions. Why are we using contaminated water? Why is it toxic water? It's not, it's just high manganese, high iron. And some of it was, people didn't want to hear it. But at the same time is people wanted to be heard. And that's the key there. And sometimes you might have to tell them the word that is probably the hardest to say is no. Why don't you just shut off the water? Or why don't you just not fund the police? Or why don't you just not buy a new police car or fire truck? Or, there's reasoning behind it. We've thought about these things. Or if there's not, then, okay, we never thought about that. The other thing is you have to be willing to listen. So that was in January. We did an open house. And like I said, we did it actually in person with distancing, and then we did one on Zoom, did the same thing. So I think that, so I'm here? No. Okay, so it bounces. Okay, I'm just trying to, I'm looking for the
It
pattern.
goes in the
I'll figure it
same
out.
pattern, but I'll be surprised if you
pattern.
figure it out by the end. Go ahead,
And
Commissioner
am I
Stonehouse.
I guess I haven't am I picking up on the microphone? Right, I guess I
I
do.
think you are.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, sir.
Well, let me throw another question then. From your research, you're probably aware that the city of Marquette owns 10 miles of Lake Superior shoreline.
I have heard that.
And roughly greater than 90% of that is literally owned by the public. In other words, we have full public access to it. We manage it for that. What level of experience would you bring to the city in terms of providing stewardship of that type of resource?
So when I was in, when I'm in Cronenwetter, we actually have the Wisconsin River that runs through. Okay, it's not a Great Lake, so I'd freely admit that. We have the Wisconsin River, and there's a law in Wisconsin that you have to give access to so much. It kind of goes back to, so we manage that to the river. You can't just, it's a little bit more complicated. Let me set that one aside. So we have riverfront. I had riverfront when I was in Rock Falls that was accessible to the public that we basically redeveloped. And that was something that we had to redo. In Cronenwetter, I'm going to take another stab at this. We have a lot of public areas that are fishing areas and other lakes that I manage as well. I can honestly not say the scale that you have here, have I ever had anything of that big of scale for access, for public access. Work with large parks, work with large forestry units, work with large riverfronts along a tributary to the Mississippi, but never that big. I mean, what I would bring to what do I bring to it? It would be the experience of knowing that sometimes people have to wait to get access because we have to make it safe. We can't just let people just crawl over the riprap before it's installed. We have to make sure that it's safe because there's contamination on the site. We have to pull it out, those type of things. Because we did that. That's what I did in Rock Falls. So to lake access, no, I'm sorry. I have to say not to the extent.
Over to me, Richard.
Okay. Right.
Marquette has several potential economic development opportunities, including the future of Cliff Dow site that you've already mentioned.
Yes.
Please outline your experience in economic development, including the redevelopment of formal industrial sites.
Okay, so I kind of talked about it a little bit. Rock Falls, all along the Rock River, we had 2 industrial sites that were basically the bookends of the riverfront. And one was an old fastener company, Screws. And when we went on site, because eventually the city got the site, we didn't pay $1 for it. We actually got it. We went through legal process, but got it, and it was contaminated. When we went into the basement of the building, kind of cartoonishly, there were vats that were bubbling. I mean, you go down there, and then you see, you kind of see in the cartoons where the vat's doing this before it explodes. It was doing that. And when US EPA shows up and they say, yeah, we're going to fence all this off, and they don't even blink, So, okay, so that was the situation, okay? Move forward about a year, 5-alarm fire on that site. So now we've got a whole nother issue there. And then there was environmental issues on the other site as well. And again, I don't want to get too far into the details, but if you were to go, so what we did is we worked with US EPA, Illinois EPA, to remediate the site, and then worked to basically with tax increment financing or tax increment district. It really depends on the state how but it's basically TID or TIF money to basically redevelop the site. And if you were to look at the map, or you were to look at, say, a Google map from 1990 to now, you would see old industrial site maybe burned down to hotel with beautiful amphitheater and walking path, things of that nature. So I've done that. I will tell you that it's not something that I'm going to say, I'm going to walk in and go, oh yeah, you can do this, this, and this, and you're done in 3 steps. No, it's like 333 steps. And sometimes it's going to be, some of those steps are going to be backwards. So you just have to be ready for that. So I've done that. Cronenwedder, honestly, we're mostly greenfields there, so not too much there. I mean, we've done a little bit of redevelopment and things of that nature, a couple of small pieces, but nothing of that scale. So. Go ahead.
That's me. All right. Marquette's park and recreation opportunities are unparalleled in Michigan. Please share your experience in creating and maintaining recreational and park opportunities within your own community.
Okay, so a couple of different programs we've done in Cronenwedder. What we're trying to do is Cronenwedder is 52 square miles, so it's a really big community. Because we have, in Wisconsin, there's towns and there's villages, and we annex the entire town, so it's only a village. So you've got a lot of space for people to move about. What we've done is we've got a bike path system that runs along our main corridor now. It kind of backs up to some places. We had to work with the railroad system, which you've never worked with a railroad before. That's different. So, because you have to be so far away and you have to be all these other things. So worked with that. As far as programming, my staff and I have worked on a bike path or a bike and walk event, these small events that get people to the park. I also talked about, I know it's a family event for us, but it's a movie under the stars. And all it is we host a free movie, and people come and basically lay on the lawn, and then we show a free movie. We have to pay for the movie, it's licensing and stuff. But that is things that get people into parks that maybe they've not been to. Because if you think about it, you've got all these great parks, but in your mind, these are the 2 or 3 that are really used. But if you take and you counter program and you put programs in those other parks, then all of a sudden people walk into Norm Plaza, in one of our parks, and go, I've never been in here before. And then the cool thing is, when older woman walks in and goes, Norm would be so proud, and I'm like, who are you? I'm Norm's sister, because Norm had passed away. And now we've got 300 people in the park watching a movie. That's not a bad day. Not as good as old woman hugging contractor story, but still not bad. Okay. So I've done a number of programming things. I mean, honestly, there comes a point where my position, I hate to say it, it gets far enough away that I can't get involved as much. But I also, when there are programs that I'm not designing, I'm not doing, I make sure, you know what, if I'm in the crowd, you know what that tells staff? I'm supporting what you're doing. And maybe it's only me and 4 people handing out bananas at the walking event, but it's kind of neat. So we're gonna go to back
Right
over
over
here.
here.
Got it.
Thank you. So Marquette struggles to attract affordable housing, and that has been an issue in our community, housing affordability. Recently, the City Commission received an initial report on housing affordability from our ad hoc housing committee. There'll be a final report coming out in June. I was curious if you've had an opportunity to review the housing committee's initial report, and if so, what your initial thoughts are on the findings.
Okay, the initial report came out in January. And the
Yes.
other one, I've read it. So, and I kind of went through it. And I hate to say it, I've got a laundry list of things that I read here, so some of it is not just, but I read through it, and affordable housing and build housing, and then to make it also environmentally sustainable, that's going to be something, I think I said it before, it's not going to be 3 steps. And it's going to have to be, and it might be steps backwards. And if you throw into the mix, say, selling a property that a developer's going to come in and build on, that's a brownfield site, that's going to make it a little bit more, make it a little bit more difficult to do. But, okay, now let me flip it over on those are all, I won't say the negatives, those are the challenges. Now let's flip it over on the opposite side. When you take somebody that is at a local university that is willing to say, here's how I did this. And they're not coming to you and saying, oh, yes, here's how I did it. They're willing to meet and have coffee and discuss how they got funded. That's a positive. When even the health system knows that for recruitment and retention, they need to address it as well. Okay, so now you've got 2 big players. I mean, the health system here is, what did he say? The largest, I'm trying to remember his exact quote. The big hospital in town is what he said, but I mean, they're one of the biggest employers. And if you can get a big employer behind it, and now people can see that I'm going to live here, or I'm going to come and work here, or I'm going to graduate from here and be able to live here. So, and maybe I'm getting a little bit off topic. Maybe, do you mind giving me the question one more time? Maybe I could try to take it.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I was just curious about your initial thoughts on the report's findings.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess there wasn't anything that glaringly I said, no, that's not. I mean, from looking at a lot of the other stuff, I knew even before I read it, because I read the comp plan, I read the master plan, some other things, I knew what I was going to be looking at there. And then as you look at kind of just maps and things of that nature. So I guess on kind of summary, I don't disagree. How about that? That sounds like a cop-out, though.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
We're here. Okay.
Figured out yet?
I'm getting there by the time we get done. And this is question number
14.
14. Okay.
Alrighty. So we're going to fast forward here. It is now 2026. You have served as our city manager for 5 years. Looking back, what does a record of success include for you? Please share with us what you hope to accomplish in the next 5 years.
Sure. So I just want to make so initially, okay, I'm going to kind of break it up into, what's the first 60 days? Because that's the other big question usually asked in interviews is what's the first 60, what's the first 30, okay, so it's going to be, my initial days are going to be me reaching out to you folks, and then reaching out to your committees, commissions, and boards a little bit farther, and then also reaching out to the off-takers, stakeholders. I know I've already talked to both Mr. Atkinson and Mr. Erickson, but those 2 big off-takers, excuse me. Okay, so those things. So, initially getting to kind of know where people are and to kind of find out what the culture is. Because if I said to you, well, I'm going to come in and I'm going to do this big project and stuff like that, and I didn't say that initially, what I'm saying to you is you're not qualified, and that's not very fair to you. If I come in and say, okay, I want to listen and kind of find out what you've got for ideas first and try to then incorporate them, that's where I'm going. Okay, so that's my initial attack. And then it would be a matter of probably looking at I would probably have to say you'd have to look at I'm going to call it the Dow property. You'd have to look at the Cliff Dow property. I haven't read the environmental contamination remediation report. I could not find it, but I don't know where that is and where, so that's probably a next step to probably see where that is and make sure it moves forward. And then, so let's take that as one of the projects I've worked on. Maybe a partnership with local stakeholders on housing initiative. Maybe it wouldn't be maybe it's 2 or 5 houses or something of that nature, where it's a small build first. Because if I said, we were going to do 200, that's a little bit, honestly, that's more fantasy than anything else. So a housing initiative. And then, let me see, 5 years then would be things of financial reporting that goes out enough time. I've already looked at the kind of CIP and stuff like that. So we'll be continuing those type of things, the plans to making sure where all of your things of that nature. So if you were 5 years into the future and you were looking at what I've done, okay, we hired this guy, what did he do for us? He came in, he listened to us, he worked on the big projects, the housing, the brownfield, maybe did some small stuff with like economic development and other things for redevelopment, and then made sure the good things we've already got going, the planning for the CIP, the staff that's really qualified, the interaction with the public, that openness, that we've kept that going. So I think that's where I would go. So is that?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Back to me, Richard.
Okay.
Please take a couple minutes and describe in detail what attracts you to apply for this position. Why Marquette?
Why Marquette? So my wife and I and my 2 kids, my 13 and 16-year-old, we're basically at a place that if we wanted to, we could stay. I don't have to leave Cronenwetter. But we're looking for the next step of what my kids, so for us, we're looking for good education, a rated educational system for 13 and 16-year-old, and then possibly beyond. I'm looking for opportunities for my wife, who is a biology professor by trade. She doesn't have her PhD, she only has her master's, but she's taught at the college level for a while. And she's actually doing advising at the college levels. Okay, so that's, so for family interest, my wife's interest. And then for me professionally, I'm looking for something else. So when someone asks me if you ever worked on a major public issue, a major lake project, I can kind of check that box as far as, okay, now I've done that. Also, honestly, there's some familiarity to me. I mean, I go back to the email that I got early today. Someone was asking me about brownfields. Yeah, that's in my wheelhouse. I've done that. I've been there. And I can do that. And honestly, it's kind of, I know it sounds kind of crazy, but it's kind of fun. Because when you see where you've been and all the work, all the meetings, all the stuff that you did to get now where we're putting stick in the ground, we're doing this, we've now christened, an amphitheater, those type of things, that's pretty exciting. So those are the things that attract myself, so kind of family and spouse, and then myself, so.
Thank you.
Yep,
Come to me.
sure.
All right, question 16. This is about the master plan, comprehensive plan. And what were your thoughts? What thoughts did you take away from the document?
So there was an update in 2018, and it's done every, I think, 5? Is that when the update was?
We had a delay because of COVID.
Okay, and that's what I was kind of going, I'm like, all right, I wonder if there's just a draft that I haven't seen for an update. because the 18 one was what I read. And I started sweating. I'm like, I wonder if I should call and see if there's one that's just not adopted yet. So, and as I went through it, I could see, honestly, there's some great takeaways. When you go down to where it says broadband, rollout availability, 100%. I mean, that's lightning in a bottle. Because all of a sudden, you said COVID has changed the environment for work. And so now people don't have to work in downtown Lansing or Ann Arbor. But if they really like outdoor skiing or fat tire biking or fishing on a major lake or anything, now they can live with us, work there. And then, that's one of the major things. I mean, I hate to say it, it's a huge document. So I did read through most of it. I was going to say it's 597 pages, something like that.
Yeah.
So I tried to get through as much as I could. Yeah. So, you have it as a reference. Okay, on page 82, Richard, did you talk about, the chart says, as I went through it, that's what I talked about before is when you talked about the housing report that come out. As I read through the comp plan, and I kind of was like, okay, my next document's going to be this. I'm like, I know what it's going to say. I knew where it was going initially. These are not, and I'm not trying to be insultive or anything, these are not new issues. It's just, what's in the, which honestly, that is the other good takeaway is you kind of know where you're going. And that is something that is, I think is a plus. And you've got the financial plan done, you've got the CIP done, you've got some other things done, so some larger pieces. I think that you were asking about my thoughts. I didn't know if there was anything else.
Yeah, it's very open-ended.
Okay.
You're right, it's so big, so it's a very open-ended question.
Well, and the other thing is good information. The one thing initially I looked at it, I'm like, okay, what if there was a way to access it? So everybody, instead of just having, here's the PDF, what if there was a way to break that PDF and here's the links, so that way, because when you get to page, let's say 300, but there's still good information in the, is there a way that people could then access it? I'm not saying slice it, but I'm saying slice it. Here's the big PDF, but if you did 15 PDFs and here's, you want to talk about housing? Okay, let's click to housing. It did have the bookmarks, so you could do it, but it's just, if you're on the website, I'd like to just look at that particular thing. So make it a little bit more interactive. Is that, yeah. I am down here.
Please describe and talk about a little bit the approach you're going to use in negotiating collective bargaining agreements.
When I talked to Jenna, and Human Resources used to be the assistant, I asked her about who is on collective bargaining contracts, who is on the team. I've been on negotiating teams for, probably 25 different contracts, from full-time police, full-time fire, full-time electrical union, which that's water, sewer, public works, police union, and then Teamsters union, which is in Wisconsin. So I've done a number of contracts. I'm actually certified through the National Public Employer Labor Relations Association in PELRA. So I'm knowledgeable about unfair labor practices and things of that nature. Okay, so let me go back to the actual question you asked is how do I approach it? Usually previous to initial meeting, I always make sure that this would be me if I'm lead negotiator, meet with the department head, meet with the board. Are there things we want to change or are there things we can't change? What are our maximums? What can we go up to percentage-wise? Wages, that's usually a big thing. Do we want to give Kelly days? Do we want to get back Kelly days? Do we want to give vacation? And so I've done a number of those contracts, negotiations, and it's a matter of kind of finding out and then sitting down with the bargaining team and kind of walking through all those different scenarios. What can we give on? what do we really need, and setting up those and then going through. Like I said, I've done police unions, fire unions, electrical unions, a couple of different unions. Wisconsin has a different law as far as like Teamsters. I was telling Ms. Page that my Teamsters contract is 1 page because it is only on wages. That's all they're allowed to negotiate on. They're not allowed to, and that's a state law. And me going from Illinois, where everything was negotiated, which is not a bad thing, to Wisconsin, where all you can talk about is wages, it's really just and that's just, it's a state law thing. So, but when I was in Illinois, again, police, fire, I've done full contracts a number of times, and so I'm pretty familiar with collective bargaining agreements. So,
Thank you.
yep,
We're going to move over to your left.
okay, thank you.
More recently, there's been an increase in available state and federal funds, as you know.
I was going to say a couple dollars.
Yeah, a couple of dollars, $2 million is going to be nice. Please share an experience you've had in grant writing.
Okay, grant writing, I'll go really small. I did the first recycling grant when I was in Kansas. That was like $4,000. And then bigger stuff, I've written brownfield rehabilitation, brownfield assessment grants, which are different from brownfield rehabilitation grants, to housing rehabilitation grants, to rental housing rehabilitation grants. So I think I'm above, if I tally everything together, I'm about 3 million in total. Some of them, I mean, honestly, brownfield rehabilitation, you start knocking down 250, 750, stuff like that. We also got during the, because our state or U.S. senator eventually became president, we got money for our sewer plant, so we got $15 million in American investment for our sewer plant. I won't say it was because of that. I mean, we were on the map because of it, but we applied like everybody else and we followed the rules. So I've done a number of them, small ones, big ones, and honestly, oddly enough, the small ones, you usually have to write a lot more paperwork, because the big ones, I think when I requested $750,000 from the US EPA, I had 1 page I had to fax to Nevada, to Las Vegas. And I called the guy and I said, "Did you get everything?" "Yep." "That's all I have to do?" "Yep." "You're going to cut me a check for that?" "Yep." And I'm like, okay. And then I'm looking at it going, and so I just had to confirm it. So, but I've done a pretty good amount. And it's really a matter of, the other thing I usually tell folks is when you're looking at grants, you want to make sure that you're ready for the match. If you're not ready for the match, then you're kind of, don't apply, or don't apply this year. Or, we want to apply for this park rehabilitation grant, but we don't have the plan all the way done, then don't apply. The other trick, which I'll give you for free, which I actually learned in this state from Central Michigan University because I took a grant class there, when you're going to apply, call and ask some questions, even if they're basic questions that you already know the answer to, because all of a sudden you're creating the person that's going to review the grant, you're creating in their mind, okay, they're serious about this, and they want to make sure they get it right. So, and it's worked for me. That's worked for me. And I'm not saying it's cheating, because everybody's allowed to do that. It's just, it kind of, and it does, honestly, I've made mistakes on things. You go back and, okay, I want to make sure you mark this out as 2-person, it's 2.5, stuff like that. Okay. 17, 18, 19. Oh, look at us. Okay. I'm good. I think I'm good on time still?
You're good.
Okay, I'm just getting under the wire. Okay, I'll lightning round.
All right, well, this is an opportunity for the city commission to sit back and watch a commercial. Why don't you, with passion and energy, take the next 2 minutes to provide a commercial on why you're the best candidate for the next Marquette city manager?
Okay. Okay. So, allow me to tell you a story, ladies and gentlemen, of someone who has been around a while. 20 years seems a long time. Has he seen a lot of things? Yes, he has. Has he done a lot of things? Yes, he has. But he still has a lot to learn and will freely admit it. He will be able to tell you about stories about how he got money from Microsoft for dogs. He will be able to tell you stories about how he got money for a woman to hug a contractor. He will be able to tell you stories about all kinds of things, but he will also listen to your stories. He will also be engaged in your community. He will live there. He will pay the bills. He will actually enjoy the 4-day working week. He will be willing to sometimes do the small stuff, which is filling envelopes when tax bills have to go out, taking tax bills, utility bills, supporting the team when they have to be away for some reason. And at the same time, they will make sure that you do not get, he will make sure that you do not get surprised at the end of the day. You will be communicated with in a respectful manner. And if you tell him to march off the wall, you tell him to march off the cliff with the rest of the staff, and it is a 7-0 vote, the staff and him will freely march off the cliff. He will tell you why you shouldn't do this. Don't give money to the grocery store for sales tax. It's not a good idea. And when it happens, he will then do it. And then the next year we'll say, you know, we lost money on that deal. So, and that is it. I will tell you that I am very creative. I am not looking to, as you can see from my resume, 9 years, 8 years. I guess this would be my 10 years if I took a job here, because I'm not someone to jump. I will tell you that I have a huge ethical streak, and if you tell me to do something that is, shall we say, questionable, I will probably tell you that, and I will tell you it often and early. So, and I will make sure that you are never surprised, because again, like I said, you're never going to be surprised. I think that was probably way too long, and it probably needs to go to editing, but I can, how's that? Okay. Was energy. Okay.
Thank you. Last quick question here. Do you have any questions for us?
Oh, yes, I do. Okay, so we talked a little bit about it, and I know this is probably a huge question. The contamination assessment that's on the cliff dials, where is that? Maybe I don't know if that's something that you can talk about very quickly, or if it's something that is, maybe I should just skip that one.
It's a complicated issue and it's ongoing.
Okay.
We do, I mean, there is documentation that we do have, and we certainly can get that
And
to you
I'm
if
not
it's
saying you're
something
obscuring it, I just didn't know if you had to give it a percentage, you're 60% clean, you're 90% clean,
that you don't have a percentage.
okay.
Yeah, we haven't done an assessment. So in the official US EPA assessment, we have not yet
Okay.
done one.
Okay.
And it's because there are ongoing issues in both the lake, which are
Okay.
not our responsibility, and on the city property.
Yeah, I'm
This
familiar
is my
with,
wheelhouse too, so yeah.
well, and when you get into tributaries of the Mississippi, and all of a sudden you're talking about zebra mussels and stuff, I've been there. Okay, that one was too big a one, I'm sorry. I should-
Okay, ongoing project,
Okay, so,
something for the next city manager.
okay. Probably should talk to that person, whoever that is. Okay, so what are the top 2 things that you're looking for in the next city manager? Top 2.
Well, I think we would have a variety of things that we would say down the line as the commission, but, you know, for myself, I would like someone who's dedicated to the position, great customer service skills, willing to work with the community and the commission, and someone who would like to be in the position for 5 to 10 years at least.
Okay, check.
If anyone else has anything they'd like to add briefly, you're welcome to do so. Commissioner Stonehouse?
I would only add that we have a huge number of, not issues, a huge number of projects that are ongoing, have different levels and different opportunities, and we would certainly like to have a city manager who's able to manage that process as we move forward.
Okay.
Commissioner Bonzo?
Let's go.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just agree with the point about being committed to the community in the long term for at least the next 5 years. I don't want to hire another city manager after this while I'm on the commission. And also just say that creativity and I think being open-minded, we have some pretty complex problems and issues we're working on in Marquette. We need to be flexible and be learning from other communities. So that would be an important quality.
He's got one over here.
Commissioner Mayor?
I'm sorry.
I would say the same things that the mayor has said, but I was going to ask something very similar to Commissioner Stonehouse. I guess one of the only things I would have added to that is just kind of looking for someone that can manage multiple different scales, even projects at the same time, and work with their staff to do that.
Okay. I got a couple more, but I know I've only got a minute left. I talked about the housing initiatives. I'll just skip that one. Goals or priorities that need to be, and then, okay, never mind. I guess, let me just jump to, how about, what's your timeline on your decision? I think it was today at 4 you finish up, is that right?
We do. We finish at 4 today. We have a meeting scheduled for Tuesday at 5:15 where we potentially could make the decision, or if we are undecided on a final candidate, we could decide next steps at that point. If we wanted to bring maybe 2 back over Zoom or something.
Okay.
My hope is that we're able to select a candidate on Tuesday evening at 5:15, but we will see where that goes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. So I appreciate the time. I mean, my wife and I are in town. We've been around. I mean, we would really like the opportunity to be considered. I want to thank you for your time. Hopefully I wasn't too glib or too animated. I try to rein myself in. I will definitely say that I am usually very professional on things, so. And if you want, I can leave any documents or anything else I have, so.
It's up to you if you'd like to do that. Thank you, Richard. We really
Yeah.
appreciate you joining
Thanks for
us,
your time.
and thank you.
I'm just going to grab my jacket.
It's 11:01. We do have our next candidate. Do we need to take a couple-minute recess, or, okay, so let's go ahead and reconvene. Oh, we need a motion, probably. Could I please get a motion to recess until 11:05? Commissioner Hanley?
I motion that we recess until 11:05.
Okay, we have a
Second.
Second, Ben Hill. And all in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no. Okay, we will
Step in.
reconvene at 11:05. Convene. We'll wait for everything to go live. Are we good to go? Okay, we have reconvened. We are now moving on to our third interview, Mr. Gary Simpson. Hi, Gary. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me here.
Gary is our CFO here at the City of Marquette, so I think we will skip over the introductions. We were just saying our name and what year we joined the commission, so I think that you are pretty familiar with that already.
Yeah, a little bit.
So we will roll right into the questions. We have 20 questions here. We've kind of scheduled about 2.5 minutes per question, so if you can try to keep it to that, we'd appreciate it. And we kind of jump around a little bit, but it does go in the same order once you can get the pattern down. So I will start things off. Please take the next couple of minutes and introduce yourself so that the community can get to know you both personally and professionally. Thanks, Gary.
Well, I am Gary Simpson, and I've been the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Marquette for the past little over 20 years. So I'm very familiar with the city, and I think most people either know me or know of me. I am a certified public accountant. Started out growing up in the South and moved up closer to the North Pole, and I absolutely love it here. And that's all I have prepared for that.
Okay, and we'll move over to the pro tem for the next question.
Looking back at your professional career, please share with us your proudest moment.
I have a lot of proud moments, particularly here at the city. Probably to just kind of boil it all down into one, I've been a part of a team, and sometimes, you know, the leader of the team that has helped to transform this city from truly a place nobody ever heard of to a place where everybody wants to be. When I first started doing bond credit rating calls with Standard & Poor's, you know, they thought we were either part of Wisconsin or part of Canada, and now they're our biggest fans. The city is very popular in the bond world, and that makes my life a lot easier, particularly when we're trying to issue debt. And I'm just really very proud of that. And personally, I'm very proud of keeping the hospital in the city. I don't think a lot of people know this, but this hospital had actually pulled out, and I was brought in, and the CFO for the hospital and I, we spent over a weekend a tremendous amount of time on the telephone just trying to get them to understand. And I was told, not that I'm trying to pat myself on the back, but I was told if it had not been for me, we probably would have lost the hospital. So I'm very proud of that. And there were a lot of people involved, but I think it had not been for me and Tom Butler on the DLP side, the deal would have fallen through. So.
Gary, we know that every project doesn't turn out as you would plan it to sometimes. Can you share a project or an issue that you worked on that did not turn out well?
No, I've never experienced that. That's a new issue. No, and I guess there are different levels of failure and success, and I guess it depends how you define those things. But, you know, one of my big jobs is to make sure we have a financial management system that not only makes sense to me and the bean counters, but that other departments can use. And early on, we had a really nice system, but we just couldn't get, you know, other departments to buy into it. So we went with another system, which is working quite well for us. But I just kind of considered that a failure, that we just initially, and my approach with any project that involves other people is to get those people involved and to look at it. And it actually worked out to where all the other departments were in favor of this system. The issue was it wasn't a turnkey project where we had to go in and actually do it. And some departments weren't willing to do that. And I just considered that a failure because it was a good system, but we just couldn't really get other people to get involved with it. But we have a nice system now, so I'm happy with that. So my approach is you learn from your failures and you move on and do the best you can.
Thank you.
Hi, Gary, over here.
Hi.
Working on a positive spirit with your neighbors is a hallmark in the UP. And please share your experience in working in a regional capacity with neighboring communities.
Oh, yes. I learned very early on after first moving to the UP that it's not just, your city or your township, that people do have that attitude, but there's also this spirit of, UP power. And you have to be a good neighbor, and we have to work with our townships. And to be honest, it hasn't always been a good relationship, but the staff works very hard to keep these relationships going, and that's one of my key things if I'm appointed the city manager, is to not only continue those relationships, but to make them stronger, because we're a big city, the biggest in the UP, but we can't go it alone. We have to have partners to help. And anybody paying attention during, in fact, just a few days ago, we had a strategic planning session. And one of the key issues that almost in every one was, build strategic partnerships. And that is very key to our success. We're at a point where we're a city with many needs, but not a lot of resources to throw at them. And that's why we got to develop partnerships, because we have partnerships that want this area to be very strong. And we need to be a part of that. We can't afford to go it alone. We have to rely on other people and places.
You get me next. Serving as the city manager is certainly not an 8-to-5 job. Can you tell us a little bit about your volunteer activities outside of your job?
Well, I do know it's not an 8-to-5 job, because I have sat in the hot seat many a time. And I know the dedication and the time requirements it takes. It's a 24/7 job. And I take that very seriously. And I volunteer when I can. I'm often out. I love being outdoors, walking. And sometimes my volunteer efforts are my own, like I'll pick up trash along my walks. If I see a group of people, like walking up here today for this interview, there was a group of people out picking up trash. And to be honest, I almost didn't make it here because I wanted to jump in and help them out, and that kind of a thing. And festivals, this city loves festivals. People love coming to festivals, and I like to help out with those as much as I can. So if I see an opportunity that I can do, I will certainly do it. And I'm a very hands-on person. I'm not opposed to rolling up my sleeves and jumping in and helping out wherever there's a need. So.
Thank you, Gary. If you were an elected Marquette City Commissioner like all of us, what would be your top 2 goals or priorities for our community over the next 2 years?
Wow, I'm getting a promotion already. I'm a city commissioner. Yay. It's probably not the answer you're looking for, but we can't afford to just focus on 2 things. We have to focus on everything. This city has a lot of moving parts, and I have learned from experience that if you're working on one thing, there are a dozen others that aren't getting done, and people want those done. So we have to stay focused on doing everything to the best of our capabilities. Now, the things that I see that we need to be focusing on kind of now is keeping an eye on the state. Just the past couple of days, I'm really concerned about some things the state is up to regarding short-term rentals and budgeting, and we're keeping an eye on, funding opportunities through COVID. The federal government is hopefully going to pass through a $2 trillion infrastructure plan. We need to be on top of that because we have a lot of needs, and the way we're doing it, we're taking care of it the best we can, but there's just no way we're going to catch up. So we got to stay on top of funding opportunities, just everything. We have to stay on top of what's happening at the federal level, the state level, and also the local levels. We just can't afford to just be caught focusing on one or two things. We got to keep everything at the forefront, and that's what we will do.
Alrighty, over here. So, teamwork is key to effective governance. Could you please share with us an example of a time when you went above and beyond to foster teamwork in your organization?
Everything is teamwork. Just running my department is teamwork. I heavily depend on my assistant, and I depend on the staff members, and the key is to hire good people and make sure they have the tools they need and kind of let them go at it. If I'm having to stand over their shoulder and make sure they're doing this or that, then I'm not being a very good leader, because that's not what I need to be doing, because I have my own issues I have to focus on. I look at everything we do as a team. Department heads, we work together as a team. Going through the whole, again, hate to bring it up again, but the whole keeping the hospital here, we worked as a team, and we spent a lot of time. And a lot of times we were going up, DLP could afford to hire a room full of lawyers and accountants, and we were up against some of the best, and I felt like we held our own. So we had to stay in great communication with each other. We had to make sure we're moving in the same direction. And I hope that answers the question, but I'm very team focus oriented. So.
Thank you, Gary. We trust that you've had a chance to look at page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. The page describes the type of candidate we are seeking to lead our city. Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
Yeah, well, I thought actually that page came out of my resume, because that's that's exactly what I do. And I'm not saying I'm the best thing since sliced bread, but I do have a passion for this city. I have a passion for the UP. I have financial leadership skills that are second to none. I'm all into team building and making sure the teams are functioning as need to be. And I don't remember the exact list blow by blow, but I did look at the list, and believe me, I am more than qualified. If I didn't think I was qualified, I would not be here, because I love this city and I don't want to jeopardize it in any way, and I will just give it my all to be successful in this position.
Thank you.
Back to me. I'll take question number 9. And this question is, providing timely and effective customer service is very important to the City Commission. Please share a recent past experience you had in solving a citizen complaint.
Well, that's my everyday, because of the things my department is responsible for, particularly in the utility billing side, but also on the tax billing side, assessing. Every day there are complaints, and there are some things you can do to help people. We work very hard, and this is a team aspect that we have. Is my department, we work as a team to make sure the customers are handled, and to make sure that they are listened to. Above all, I have experienced people just want to be heard. So we take a lot of time to listen to people. We can't always give them the answer that they're looking for, but I've lost count of the times that, well, thank you for at least listening to me. And that goes a long way. And a lot of times when I hang up the phone, I truly wish there were more we could do, but a lot of what we do is established by state law, and we have to uphold those laws. And But I have found just really on an everyday occurrence, if you listen to people, that solves probably 90% of the problems. Now, there are some that will call you every name in the book, and I'm still looking up the names of what some of those words mean. But, you know, there are just different types. But the one thing I expect and demand is that everybody is listened to, and we will bend over backwards to help people, but sometimes you just cannot help them. And, you know, that's a thing where I feel like I have failed, is if I can't help somebody, but sometimes you just can't do it, and you just have to go with it and see if there's something you can change down the road, or maybe put a bug in somebody's ear, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Gary, as you know, the city of Marquette owns about 10 miles or so of Lake Superior shoreline. And I think you certainly know how important that is to us. Can you describe what your ability to manage that shoreline and how you can continue to protect it?
Yeah, I see a lot of condominiums going up. I'm kidding, and I shouldn't have said
Thank
that.
you.
I probably just destroyed my chance of getting this done. But I do know people are very passionate about that shoreline. In fact, the very first city commission meeting I attended over 20 years ago, I was just astounded because there were a lot of people for public comment, and I don't even remember what the issue was, but each and every person said, we do not want to become like Traverse City. And I was like, well, what's wrong with Traverse City? It's a nice place. Me and my family would vacation there, but it's all about the shoreline. People want that shoreline protected, and that's our duty to do that, because I know it's not only a city commission priority, but it's something the citizens want. Now, having said that, Founders Landing is one of the best things the city has ever done. And that has been such a transformative thing for the city, and I'm proud to say I played a big part in that. Wasn't my idea, but I played a big part in getting all of that to come together. And you really have to take each thing that is proposed to you separately and look at it, investigate it, look at it, and then kind of see which way the wind is blowing. But, you know, I'm proud of the city for protecting its shoreline, because you go to some cities, Traverse City is a prime example. They have, you know, their shoreline is all developed. Now, don't get me wrong, Traverse City is a beautiful place, but I really don't think their city has much control over the shoreline there, and we do, and I'm proud of that, and I'll do everything I can to protect the shoreline and the green spaces that the city has.
Thank you.
Okay, it's me, Gary. Marquette has several potential economic development opportunities, including the future of Cliffsdale site. Please outline your experience in economic development, including the redevelopment of former industrial sites.
Yeah, I kind of got involved, not voluntarily, but it's been a great learning experience, and I think the city has handled it very well. Probably one of the best things that has happened is to get the state to partner with the city, and a lot of that now is done through the Brownfield Authority. But Founders Landing, like I just mentioned, we never could have pulled that project off without the state, because actually the state granted us the money to buy the property. We didn't even have the money to buy the property, and so the state has a lot of investment with the city, and believe me, they are looking for a return on their investment. But I'm also happy to say, too, that the state is very pleased with what's going on with Marquette. And in fact, we're often cited as an example of what to do. And I was personally involved in the Smart Zone initiative. I pretty much, not to pat myself on the back again, because I don't like doing that, but I probably single-handedly pulled that off. And you haven't heard a lot about the Smart Zone, but hold on to your hats, because the smart zone is getting ready to take off, because we knew it would take a few years to get, the infrastructure in place for that and to get it up and running, but they are ready to take off, and you're going to be really proud of what our smart zone is doing. And, it's types of things that, being a bean counter, and I know the stereotype, it's like the answer is always no before you even hear the question, kind of a thing. And I'm not that way. I look at spending money as an investment. If it's something that I think is truly good for the city, like economic development, then yeah, let's explore that. Let's do that. I'm not for wasting money, but if it's an opportunity to invest, to grow the community. Because, going through the smart zone process, the biggest thing we found out, the UP's biggest export was our children. And that's very sad to me, because I love my kids, and I know how hard it is for parents to say goodbye to their kids. And I heard from so many young people that, oh, Gary, we would love to stay in Marquette, but there just aren't any jobs for us. And that was really a kick in the pants, and that's why we really wanted to get the smart zone up and going. And it's going to take off. And like I said, you're going to be proud. And I know there hasn't been a lot of results to see just yet, but we knew too it was going to be a process. And so I've been involved in that. I've been involved with the brownfield things, and Clistdow, which you mentioned, that's a complicated process because the state is involved. Before we do anything, we're going to have to get clearance from the state, because the state continues to monitor that site. So we're still going through that process, but we have a lot of good partners too that are helping us through that. So it's not just the city going on its own. We're lucky we're able to hire experts that the state considers to be experts, and they really are helping the city, and we really need to rely on those people. And, Clistdow is a tricky wicket, because, we would love to sell that property. We would love to get some economic development going on there, but we're going to have to be really careful as to how that is done. So we just need to follow the process and make sure that everybody is comfortable, because I know some people are very passionate against us doing anything with, Clistdow, and some people are like, why haven't you already done something with it, So then that's our challenge, is to make sure we're listening to everybody. And yeah, it's been my experience too, no matter what decision you make, there's going to be somebody who doesn't like it. But again, it goes into listening to people. I just want people to feel like they've at least had a chance to be heard. And maybe we go in a different direction than what they were wanting, but at least they had a chance to be heard and give their input. So probably a long and winding road to answer that, but.
It's me next. Marquette's park and recreational opportunities are unparalleled in Michigan. Can you please share your experience in creating and maintaining recreational and park opportunities within your community?
I love the arts in Marquette. I am a big fan. And I always tell people who aren't familiar with Marquette, you would not believe the talent that is in this city. I love going to listen to the live music. I love going to the plays, the children's plays, special events, festivals. I love it. I'm involved. I support the arts through my wallet. I have no personal talent myself. I consider it one of God's little jokes to give me all the desire, but none of the talent, but I can support through my pocketbook. And I do work closely with the arts department, and I try the best I can to support them. I was a big supporter of theirs, and I felt like I contributed quite a bit to get the Public Art Fund up and running. So I'm all in on the arts. I know the city, for the large part, is passionate about the arts. We have a lot of artists here. And let's celebrate that. Let's take advantage of it. Let's use that to the best of our ability. And I think we're doing a lot of good things now, but there are more things we can do. One thing I would like to see is more of a regional approach to some of our recreation activities, Lakeview Arena being one. And I know each budget session we kind of beat this one to the ground, trying to figure out what to do. And Lakeview Arena, it's really not an expense problem, it's a revenue problem, because the only time it made money was when the university played hockey there, and we had big name events, you know, concerts and that thing coming into town. Well, that's not happening anymore. And, you know, we've approached it different ways. We have increased some fees, but to increase fees to the level it needs to be to make it solvent on its own, it's a pretty big increase, and people don't want to pay those. And the times we've talked about it, we've had a room full of, you know, young people in their hockey uniforms and their cute figure skating outfits, and it's hard for the city commission to say no to that, you know, and I get it, I understand it. So what we need to do is try to find a way for Lakeview Arena, and I know this wasn't the question, but since I'm talking about it now, and since we're about to go into a budget season anyway, we need to find, you know, different users for that facility. Like, I was heartened to see in the strategic planning process that it is an option for maybe the senior center to go to, and you know, that helps. I'm not saying that's the solution, but it's like, yeah, let's look at that and let's find other ways. And I know it's been talked about before to have a regional Parks and Recreation Authority, and that's always fallen through. But I think the reason sometimes these things follow through is because of politics. I would like to take a different approach to these things, because the staffs for the city and the townships get along very well. And I would like to take the approach, let's let the staffs see if we can come up with a plan that everybody can live with, then hand it over to the politicians. It's just when you get the politicians in right off the bat, it doesn't work very well. It's my experience. And I'm not, again, I probably just destroyed my chance of getting this job, but it just really bugs me because, you know, UP Power, we're all in this together, but then when we try to do stuff like that, you know, it just falls through, and it's just kind of makes me sad to see that. And I just want to find maybe a different way to approach it. Not that even the city staff can find a way to make it work, but at least let's give it a shot, because, you know, like I said, the city can't go alone anymore. We have to find partnerships, and let's be seeking those out, and let's be a good neighbor, and let's let other people be a good neighbor to us as well. So.
Thank you, Gary. So many Marquette residents are struggling to find affordable housing. Recently, the City Commission received a report on housing affordability, and just curious if you've had the opportunity to review that report and what your initial thoughts are about the findings.
Yeah, and commissioners, and I know you got to ask this question of everybody, I assume, but you know, I've even participated in some of those discussions, and what you may not know is behind the scenes, I've participated in discussions with Dennis and others, and what we have to be careful of is how you define affordability. It's like, do we mean low-income housing? Do we mean middle-income housing? Now, we've done a very good job, and I think it was badly needed, was to get more of the high-end stuff going, because that's where your tax base is, and that's what helps create jobs. You want people who can afford the high-end housing to come to Marquette and say, oh, well, maybe I can start this business here, and so let's create jobs and let's create more tax base. Now, I think what we need to focus on now are the lower levels, and the middle income housing is. But what is happening is, and particularly just lately, the cost to construct homes is just really skyrocketed. And developers will even tell you, you know, we can't even build a home for less than like $200,000 or whatever. And that's automatically pricing a lot of people out of the market, you know, and so, you know, I'm not going to offer up a solution right now, but I'm just saying, and this is another area too where the city should not go it alone. We need to look at this as a regional issue, because it is. It's not just a city of Marquette issue. It's really a county-wide issue. And I'm like, let's get the county involved. Let's get the townships involved, and let's approach this regionally instead of the city going it alone. Yeah, we could attempt to go at it alone, but I think we would be better off taking a regional approach to this issue.
All right, Gary. So we're going to fast forward here a little bit. It is now 2026. You have served as our city manager for 5 years. Looking back, what does your record of success include for you? Please share with us what you hope to accomplish in the next 5 years.
Well, hopefully it's not people with pitchforks and torches at my doorstep. So that's number one. I want people, I would be happy if people didn't even know I was a city manager, because I don't want the job to be about me. It's not about my ego. It's not about me. I want the city to be successful, and I want people to be proud of that success. And I don't even care if they know who I am or anything. I just want them to see the city of Marquette is successful in everything we do. Right now, you know, my department, myself personally and my department, we're creating best practices that are followed all over the country, and I want the city to do that. I don't want us to just follow best practices. I want us to create best practices in everything we do. I'm very success oriented. I don't accept failure very well, and if we do fail, I take it very personally, and I do everything I can to see that we learn from that and we move forward. So I want the city to be financially vibrant. I want people to love to come to Marquette. Tourism is a very big industry for us, and I want to keep that happening. I want people to move here. I want people to make Marquette their life. I want Elon Musk to come here and build a big Tesla battery factory right here in Marquette. That's what I would like. So I think we can get there. Maybe Elon Musk won't come here, but I think we can get those types of things going on. And, you know, I'm excited at the prospects. I think we're just at the cusp of what we can accomplish, and we got to keep moving forward, and we got to keep moving in the same direction, and we have to get partners involved, and our partners love us, and that's the best thing. All the time I hear, Gary, how can we help? How can we help? And it's just a unique attitude, because believe me, I've worked at places where, you know, they saw you coming and they were hiding under their desk kind of a thing. So they just didn't want to deal with the city at all. So that's what I would like. I want the city to be very vibrant. I want it to be friendly, continue to be friendly. I want people to be here. I want us to have so many jobs, and I want our children to stay here so our parents aren't sad. There's just so many things, but basically I just want Marquette to be the place to be, and everybody knows us, and everybody wants to be here because of everything we're doing.
Thank you, Gary. Please go ahead and take a couple of minutes and describe in detail what attracts you to apply for this position and why Marquette.
Well, to be honest, when I was first asked why am I applying for this job, my response was, because I hate myself, because I know what it takes to do the job, and I really appreciate Mike's mentorship. Mike has allowed me to be involved in just about everything that goes on, and Mike has been a good sounding board. He allows me to sound off, and I mean, he can immediately tell me to shut the heck up, but he doesn't allow me to sound off. And but I think I'm one of the very few people, if not the only person, that can hit the ground running. I'm going to need absolutely no learning curve. I'm the only person in this entire universe that knows the finances the way that needs to be understood. I'm the only person that can do the budget the way that it needs to be done, because we have a very convoluted and complicated budget. And somebody who don't kid yourself, don't hire anybody who doesn't know how to do a budget or doesn't have experience with the complex one, because one change over here might mean 7 or 8 different changes need to be made over here. And you have to have somebody who understands that. Our operations, are very complicated as well. And I know the key players and they know me, and, we just need to keep the ground running. And I feel like I am the only person besides Mike that can do that at this time. And I love the city. I would love to be, the city manager in charge of it, to make sure everything is running the way that it needs to. And so it's really more of, I just love being here, and I want to see the city. We have been successful, but I want us to be more successful. And that's going to be my goal. That's going to be my prime directive. And
Thank you, Gary.
All right, it comes to me, and it's about the master plan. And the question is, have you had an opportunity to review the master plan? And if so, what thoughts have you taken away from the document?
yeah, I have, and I actually participate in a lot of not just the master plan, a lot of plans that we have. And kind of one of my frustrating things has been, we're very good at coming up with plans. In my 20 years here, we come up with some great plans. But people, and Dennis in particular, probably even tell you, and we have those plans, what are they doing now? They're sitting on shelves collecting dust. I want to keep those plans at the forefront. I want to make that part of the budget process, that if we're doing something, we got to tie it in to either the strategic plan, master plan, Parks and Rec plan, some other plan. And that's kind of been one of my frustrations in doing the budget is, we have all these great plans, but we don't ever seem to really go back and tie that in. Now, more recently, there has been an effort to do that, but I think we can do a lot better. And that will be my focus, is to make ourselves more accountable to you and the citizens that, yeah, we put a lot of time into these plans and this is what we're doing. I want to start providing more frequent updates on this is where we're at with this plan, rather than 2 years later, oh yeah, we did that plan. Oh, let me knock off the dust so I can read it. And I'm not blaming anybody, because I'm been just as much a part of that as anybody, but I just think we can do a whole lot better than what we've been doing.
Commissioner Stonehouse, it's on you.
Yes, ma'am. Describe your style and approach to negotiating union contracts.
Oh, well, that's pretty much every day for me. Every contract is different. And you've heard me say it a lot, and you'll continue to hear it. But particularly in contracts, the devil is in the details. You got to pay attention to those details, and you have to read these things. You have to know these things. You have to know what the implications are if you do this versus that. And it's just what I do. And fortunately, we have some very good people. We have some good attorneys. We have great city attorneys. I know Ron and Suzanne have been tremendous assets. And if they aren't able to do it, we have an ace up our sleeve, and Miller Canfield. They help us out time and time again, because there's another partner that probably a lot of people don't know about, but they've been a very good resource. And so you just have to pay attention to the details and what you're trying to accomplish, and to make sure, a lot of times in contracts, probably the best outcome is everybody says, ouch, just a little bit, but you don't want them to be one-sided contracts. At least not against the city, because believe me, I will fight very hard to protect the city. That's one of my big goals, is to protect the city. And I will, when it comes down to it, I'll protect the city like a mother bear protecting her cubs. I'm not afraid to let it loose if I have to, but I also like to think too, we can approach it amicably, where everybody has common goals in mind, and we can attack it that way. But if worse comes to worse, it's like, let's drop the gloves and let's go.
Thank you.
Gary, I know you're well aware of the state and federal funds that can and do come our way. Please share your experience you have in grant writing.
I prefer not to do grants. No, grants are, so my involvement with grants, I have written grants. My main role is to participate in grant writing. A lot of times they require a lot of financial information, so I provide that. Every now and then I write up some narratives. There's been a few grants I've done from beginning to end, but kind of the way, and I know the city has a lot of needs, and I just want to throw out too, the city could really use a good grant person. And I know it's been talked about, yeah, we need a economic development person. We need people who can plow the sidewalks in the winter and stuff. But among those needs is we could use a really good grant person, because the way it is now, it's all divided up between various departments, and sometimes it gets very confusing. Sometimes, the right hand isn't aware of what the left hand is doing, and we just kind of need to do a better job internally with that. And a lot of my job too, once we get the grant, the work is just beginning, because there's a ton of financial reports we have to do. And then once the grant is closed out, we have to do all this financial reporting to the granting agencies. And then I have found out the government likes to come to Marquette in the summertime, and their excuse is to come audit one of our grants. And so we have to go through that process. And we're always successful in that, but it takes time that we don't really have to devote to that, but we do, because we know it's very important. So I've been involved from grants from beginning to the very end. And like I said, I have written some grants. I prefer it better when we're working with partners, because we have some very good partners that help us out with that. And you're familiar with the Lakeshore Boulevard project. Well, Carl Lindquist and his Watershed Partnership Group, they have been very instrumental in helping us get those grants and writing those up. And so again, it's an area where, yeah, the city could use a grant person, but we also need to depend on our partners who, for some reason, like doing that stuff. I don't quite get it, but yeah, they enjoy doing it. We need to take advantage of that.
All right, why don't you take the next 2 minutes to show us a commercial with passion and energy of why you'd be the next, or be the best candidate for the next Marquette City Manager.
Because I'm the best thing since sliced bread. No, I'm just kidding, but I think my record can speak for itself. I have a record of excellence, and that's what I want it to be. I want the city to be, in the Webster Dictionary of excellence, I want there to be a picture of the city of Marquette, and that's gonna be our focus. We're going to every department, every employee. Excellence is going to be what we strive for. And if there was ever a commercial I could make, it would involve excellence, and it would be, happy families walking along the lake shore during our 2 hours of summertime we get each year, and showing how everybody's happy. And that's what I want. And we have a good story to tell, and we just need to make sure it's being told. So.
Thank you for that, Gary. Our last question is, do you have any questions for us?
My main question is, since I know the city, I'm at a little bit advantage over, I guess, most candidates, but is there anything else I can tell you? I truly want this job, and I truly want your support and your vote. And if there's anything else I can expand on or I can answer, please let me know.
Commissioners? I don't think so at this time. I appreciate it, Gary.
Well, thank you. I truly appreciate the opportunity. I know it's a big job, and I know you have given up your full Saturday to be here. And as soon as the sun comes out, I'm going to be outside and enjoying this beautiful city. But I appreciate what you're going through, and I truly hope you do select me. And if there's anything I can do to help prove that, please let me know. But otherwise, I know you're very smart people. In fact, it's kind of intimidating sometimes, as smart as you are. I mean, you have degrees from Harvard, MIT, University of Michigan, and it's kind of daunting, but it keeps us on our toes. And so, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, well, that concludes our interview for the morning session. We will go ahead and take a recess at this point. Could I possibly get a motion for a recess? Commissioner Hanley,
I motion that we recess until 1 PM.
correct? Do we have a second? Commissioner Mayer?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 7-0. We will reconvene at 1 PM. We're just waiting for the meeting to become live. Hi, Daniel. You're welcome to come on in. You can come on in. Are we live? Thank you, City Clerk. All right, we are going to go ahead and reconvene. We've got our next interview here, Mr. Daniel Stoltman. Hi, Daniel. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we will go ahead and do some introductions down the line. We will give first and last name and when we join the commission. We'll start with Commissioner Bonzel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name's Evan Bonzel, and I was elected to the City Commission in 2019.
Pleasure.
Sally Davis, I was appointed to the commission 1 year ago.
Jessica Hanley, I was elected to the commission in November of 2020.
Jenna Smith, that was appointed to the commission in 2017 and then elected in 2018.
Jen Hill, and I was elected in November 2018.
Cody Mayer, and I was elected in November of 2020.
Fred Stonehouse, I do not recall because of multiple terms when I was first elected, but 10 years.
Well, thank you for joining us today, Daniel. I wanted to check, do you go by Daniel or Dan?
Dan is fine.
Dan? Okay, perfect. And you can choose whether you'd like to keep your mask on or take it off. We will keep ours on at this point, but just so you know, it's up to you.
Okay. I don't really have a preference. I'll say hello, this is me. If this is easier to understand me, I'm fine with that.
Sure, let's go ahead and do that as long as you're comfortable. And we will.
I had my first shot.
Okay, great, excellent. We will be doing kind of a bit of bouncing around between commissioners asking questions. I will start things off. We've got 20 questions.
Okay.
We're hoping to keep answers to under 2.5 minutes each so we can get through in about an hour. And we will go ahead and get started. So
All right.
first question here, please take a couple of minutes and introduce yourself to the community so we can get to know you both personally and professionally.
Sure. So again, my name is Dan Stoltman. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity and to the community as well. So kind of personally, I grew up in Milford, Michigan, which is about 40 minutes west of Detroit. I was there until about 2015, where I took a position as an assistant city manager in Washburn, Wisconsin. Prior to that, educationally wise, I went to Oakland University in Rochester Hills, Michigan, earned a BA in political science. After that, about 6 months after I graduated there, I went into grad school at Eastern Michigan University, where I received my master's of public administration. Then I moved on to Washburn, where I was there for just about 4 years. Did a lot of water projects along the shoreline and learned a lot of, that was really my first introduction into real municipal government. Prior to that, I was 2 years in Oakland County in Michigan in the purchasing department, where they put us in the basement and no one really liked us. We told them what they couldn't buy. So it wasn't where I wanted to be professionally when I got into the field of wanting to make a difference in a community. So Washburn gave me that opportunity to do that. After that, I moved on to Kremlin, Colorado, where I'm currently at now. I followed my significant other there for her work. So it took me about a year, but I finally found a position that suited me professionally. And so I've been there about 2 years, a little bit 2.5. Started April 1st, so April Fool's was my first day. They weren't sure if I was going to show up, but I did. And so that's been a very good experience. It's been a humbling experience, very challenging, professionally speaking. And overall, activity-wise, I spent a lot of my younger life into my early 20s coming up to the UP, snowmobiling in the winters, recreating in the summer. We did a lot of hiking, biking, camping. And it's a 7 hour drive from Metro Detroit up here every other weekend for a few months out of the year. And so when I moved to Wisconsin, it gave me the opportunity to be in this area a little bit more, spent a lot of times at Ironwood, which is only an hour or so from Ashland. I came up this way to the Porkies and to Marquette a couple of times as well. So the outdoor recreation is kind of the key component to where we want to be in our life going forward. So that's kind of a little bit about me. How about you? No one? All right.
I think we could all go on for a while, but unfortunately, interest of time, we'll have to keep going on
I
the
can do,
questions, but I
like-
appreciate the question.
Yeah, I can do 35-second answers if you want to tell me about yourself. That's totally.
All right, our second question, go ahead, Mayor
Yeah,
Pro Tem.
I'm number 2, which is also what pro tem means. Looking back at your professional career, please share with us your proudest moment.
I say my proudest moment has probably been my most challenging moment, and that's probably the first year in Kremling. So that was my first foray into the manager role, and we had by the first couple of months, my police department was unraveling. I had a new police chief. I'm not going to get into many details, but by December of my first year, we had a chief on administrative leave, and I was down to one officer who had not completed his FTO training. So, I spent a lot of time rebuilding that department and working with other communities to how do we provide public safety in a time where I don't have anybody. And to this, right now, we have a new chief who has been excellent. I was able to bring on a new officer who's been excellent. We have our first civilian staff member in the PD, which has been excellent. And we have one more position to fill. So I was finally able to take off my police hat, which never want to wear that again. Hat I never should never be in a want to wear that. It's not my area. But we were able to work with surrounding communities, and we all came together, and we have a functioning, highly functioning, and competent police department and chief, and I'm very proud that we've gotten to that point.
Thank you. Next question's that way.
This one will come at you this way, but beforehand, did you ever meet Larry McDonald?
No.
Oh, then I'll leave that alone. Larry was the mayor of Bayfield.
Oh, really? No. When I was there, it was what was his name? I can't recall his name, but I don't remember for that gentleman.
Okay, it's not critical, but what is critical is this question. We all know that every project does not always turn out as planned. Could you share a project or an issue that you've worked out that did not reach the results you had hoped for?
Sure. So one that comes to mind that it was a project that I fronted, and it had varying levels of success. So we have 2 municipal campgrounds in Washburn, Wisconsin that we owned and operated. And for years they've been talking about transitioning first come, first served to online reservation systems. So how do you do that when you have a campground host, no staff other than that running that campground? So I found a online reservation company, which, by the way, do as much research as possible when you're looking for those individuals, because you find things out later on. They were great, but they were very new. But how do you have the online reservation system without having staff at the park? So we had a tablet, and we came up with a kiosk software. So if you arrived, you could go to the software and log in and reserve your site, because we didn't have, again, people checking in and out. And what I did that entire summer, from waking up at 7 a.m. weekday and weekend, was going online to make sure we didn't have double bookings, and because that was a problem. And it turned out our software company, we were their first big client. Don't recommend that, because every morning you are checking to see, did we overlap? The times are wrong. And then I have to call the campers and apologize and comp them a night if we had a spot available. So it was just and working with the software company was actually great. We were essentially beta testing their software. They told us no one else was doing what we were trying to do, which is a self-automated online reservation system at the campground with no staff. I think I almost killed my campground host. That was a bit overwhelming for them. Unfortunately, they didn't come back the next year. But at the end of the year, we did have increased revenue. It was just a lot of learning. Trying to find that right software and the right engagement and the right I had a ton of notices on the board, and the more notices you have, the more confusing it gets and the harder it is to figure out. And unfortunately, they did suspend that program after the first year, where we had to retool And I think they just decide, do we need staff to actually implement that program? So a valiant effort, lots learned, just didn't quite turn out the way we wanted.
Thank you.
That sounds like an experience that
It
will
was,
serve you well in the long run as
Yeah.
you learn.
yeah, that was the first time I'm like, oh, this is what stress is like.
Okay, well, moving on to the next question. Working in a positive spirit with your neighbors is a hallmark of the Upper Peninsula. Please share your experience in working in a regional capacity with neighborhood communities or neighboring communities.
Sure. So, you know, in Washburn, we worked well with our neighboring communities, but not as much as perhaps I would have liked. When I moved to Kremling, it was a different dynamic. There wasn't, the east side of the county is very different than the west side where we are, and there wasn't much of a relationship. So I spent the first couple of years there, and still do it today, of creating that partnership with the surrounding communities. And kind of one thing I told my board is we may not have the same thought processes as those other towns and objectives, but if we're out of the conversation, then we don't have a voice of what happens within our entire county. So I meet regularly with the other town managers. Like during COVID, we developed a little emergency response team that we met to discuss how we start moving forward with restrictions on what that means and opening up and economics and all of that. And during our police issue, I worked really closely with the sheriff and chiefs of other communities, and they helped supply officers during that time. So, I enjoy that camaraderie with neighboring communities. I don't think we can isolate ourselves from anybody. We're all in this together. One impacts us, will most likely impact them. So I do spend a considerable amount of time trying to reach out and ask questions. They've gone through things that I haven't, and vice versa. So it's good to have that back and forth on a monthly conversation basis, just to keep in touch. So.
Awesome. I'm next. Serving as a city manager is certainly not an 8-to-5 job. We was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what you like to do, volunteering and things outside of the job.
Absolutely. So a couple recent things that I think I've done to, of course, my work phone and my computer are always on. There is not a weekend that you don't take a call or answer an email. Maybe that's my problem myself, but a couple things I've done recently. We had a community cleanup day where we bought 5 roll-offs for people to come for free to unload their garbage and junk. And one of the things I like to do is if I'm going to ask my staff to spend their weekend to do things, I want to make sure that I also do that. So for this first year that I was here, I did it myself. I got some chamber people to help me check IDs, but I spent the Saturday pulling garbage off of trucks and trailers and throwing those into dumpsters. And I don't mind doing that kind of thing. It's just kind of been my nature and the way I was brought up. Another thing that I've done, so in Kremling, it's a town of 1,600 people, and we have an Olympic size ice rink that, quite honestly, you just don't quite find that in a town of that size. And speaking to staff of, what's the operational standpoint of it, who does what, who does this, and no one really, the town is pretty hands off. And I kept hearing, well, the Cattle Kings used to, well, what are the Cattle Kings? And so the Cattle Kings is a nonprofit that organized the hockey league. And so they had board openings, so I joined their board. And that was my way to, if I was going to find a way to facilitate community growth and back into this facility that we need to continue to use, it's so underutilized, to be part of it was to get in with the Cattle Kings. And we started organizing some events pre-COVID, and learned how to drive the Zamboni and started to get my staff involved. And because if you don't utilize it and you don't maintain it, it's just going to go away and be wasted. And it's an amazing facility. It's almost too big. Olympic size is tough to keep ice on. So those are just a couple examples of where I've tried to put myself into the community to better the community in our facilities.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dan. I was curious, if you were an elected Marquette City Commissioner like us, what would your top 2 goals or priorities be for the community in the next 2 years?
Well, kind of based on my research here, I think there's many areas that I know you all are invested in. I do believe if I was a commissioner, I think housing would be on my radar, as it is all of yours. I know that it is. It's a very complex and difficult item to resolve. There's a lot involved in that. But as an elected official, having appropriate housing for the people that have grown up here that now have to move to Ishpeming or somewhere else because of the housing market, that would be important. And just your low-income families that need better accommodations. So that'd be one focus. And for a commissioner here, again, and there's a lot of things to focus on, of course, but the lakeshore, of course, is a priority to make sure that you maintain your pathways and your roads. I know erosion's an issue. We've had a lot in Wisconsin as well. And not just maintaining, but making sure it's continues to be a public asset, and making sure that the temptation sometimes to have a wonderful development maybe isn't the best for all. So that would probably be my 2 focuses as an elected official.
All right, I got one for you. So teamwork, it's the key to effective governance. And what I would like is if you could please share with us an example of a time when you went above and beyond to foster teamwork in one of the organizations you worked in.
Sure. I would agree. Teamwork is what makes an organization run, and morale is what helps as well. One philosophy I've kind of always had, and this is probably partially due to my background where, I grew up in a construction family. I did construction most of my life, through college, before I had a driver's license. So hard work and not being concerned about getting your hands dirty has always been part of my life. And like when I did interim public works in Wisconsin, and if I was going any project we had, whether it was beach restoration, I was out there with them working. I think if you're going to have people do something, you got to be able to do it yourself as well. It may not be your primary, but you're going to go out there and you get your hands dirty, and you're going to cut that limb down, and you're going to dig that hole. And we even had there's 2 summer helpers. And so in our campgrounds, we never had firewood for sale. In one of the projects, we built a shed, we would deliver firewood. And we had 2 summer workers, and someone's like, the campground host did that in 30 minutes, and they're still out there. It's been 3 hours. So I went out there and just started talking to them, and I started chucking wood, and and you start to be a motivator, but also if I'm going to do it, then they're going to do it too. And you're not just someone sitting in your office telling you to put wood in a shed. That's not fun. So I went out there and just did it with them. We got it done. So I think part of that teamwork is just being willing to do the same work that we're asking you to do. And I think that helps foster that morale and that teamwork and that cohesiveness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So we trust that you've had an opportunity to review page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. This page describes the type of candidate we are seeking to lead our city. Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
So I have reviewed that, and I do feel that my personality and characteristics and background does fit that well. I mean, I'm someone who I've done a lot of different things, and I like to say that, and I could be wrong, but I do feel the way my career path has gone has been a bit different than perhaps your regular city manager, where I did spend my life in the construction industry, and then interned at a law clerk for a judge, and did purchasing, assistant city manager, and now manager in college. And I've been in a lot of shoes. I've done a lot of things that a lot of your department heads and your staff will be doing. So I understand what happens in each department and the problems and the complexities that go along with that. And I understand a wide variety of personalities and individuals. Someone who works in a bank might be just a little bit different than your contractor. And I've worked in both similar fields. And, I oftentimes, someone comes in from one field, you can start speaking their language of their knowledge. If you understand what they do in their industry, that really helps facilitate a good working relationship because you've done it. You're not pretending that you know something. You've been there. And my door is always open. I'm not saying failure is good, but I encourage everyone to do something and not be afraid to fail. My ideas aren't the best. Maybe your ideas aren't the best, but let's try them out. And if it fails, all right, well, why did it fail? Can we make it work? You're not going to be punished for messing something up. That's how we learn. That's how we do better. So it's just, I feel like my personality lends to a good collaboration with staff. And my girlfriend doesn't think I'm funny. But I think I bring a bit of levity to sometimes very stressful job. And that's just how I've always been. And I think that really lends itself to, again, good working relationships and good morale. There is a real, work life is a real thing. And if you're not happy outside of life, you're not happy in work, and we provide services to the community. And if you're not happy, probably not providing the best service. So I'm flexible in that. If you have to leave 15 minutes early to pick your kid up from daycare because they close, go. It's not, maybe you don't need to take 15 minutes of vacation time to go do that. Maybe I expect you to get your work done at a different day, and I know you'll stay late to get that done. So that's kind of my overall philosophy as a leader and a manager. And you have to monitor it. People can take advantage of that. And then if it does, you have to adjust. But that's been my overall outlook and how I do my work.
Thank you, Dan.
And yeah, related, providing timely and effective customer service is very important to the commission. Please share a recent past experience you had in solving a citizen complaint.
It's something we do every day, right? That's what we do. One of the most recent ones I can think of. So we were without a town clerk for the last couple of months. My previous one, her and her husband decided to become ranchers in Wyoming. So life dream, good for them. Put us in a tough spot, but people have dreams, and you should follow those. So my finance director and I took ownership of different clerk duties, and we were working on an alcohol licensing situation where it was a transfer of license, and things were missed, emails were missed, and she comes in and says, the state says I don't have a license and I have like X amount of days to do it. I'm like, okay, that's a big deal. So I spent that day talking to the state, trying to figure out what was missed, talked to the new owner, we got all the documents in a row, sent that all off. The state, sent me the license, and just out of a courtesy to show that it mattered to us, I, instead of calling her to pick it up, I just went and hand-delivered it to her. And I assured her the whole time that we straightened it out and everything was okay, but sometimes it's just that little extra, it was only a block away, I could have called her, but just to hand-deliver it just shows that your problems matter. And sometimes, something staff has to always realize is that a citizen's problem may not seem significant to you, but it's significant to them. And you have to make sure that you understand that and you address that and you believe that. Now that I have a citizen who's not happy with me right now, because she asked me to do something and I've been researching it, haven't come up with anything, and I went on vacation last week and I didn't update her. So, I should have called her and said, this is where I'm at. I'm going to be out of the office and I'll get back to you. And I didn't. And we're not perfect, and we get caught up and things get missed. So I'll have to make the first call I make when I get back on Monday. So we try to do our best, but things do get missed. And maybe she's watching right now, and I am sorry.
Dan, from your research, you're probably aware that the city of Marquette owns about 10 miles of the Lake Superior shoreline. And we're very proud to be in that unique position because of that shoreline. It's all virtually publicly accessible. Is there anything in your background or relevant experience that would show us that you have the ability to manage that shoreline?
Sure. So in Washburn, we didn't have 10 miles. We had about 3 or 4 miles. And we've gone through similar issues that you guys have here as well. We didn't have a road that's been eroding on our lakeshore. We did have trail systems, and our campgrounds are right there. So we've done a lot of work. We had to redo a lot of our fishing docks and our coal dock. We had a big grant for a coal dock to be redone because that was being washed away by the water as well. And we've always tried to, make sure that harsh chemicals weren't used in town, like weed kill and things like that, that could make its way there. We have invasive species on the shoreline that we've been trying to mitigate there, and erosion from the campground, which that's a difficult task as well. And the beaches, we've continually tried to keep a beach, maintain it, open it, and things like that. But you guys have obviously more shoreline. You have some more unique issues. You have your path. You did move the road. I saw today that was officially completed, so that's a good step for that. But yeah, we've done a lot of just making sure we keep our water clean and safe, and make sure we mitigate what we can in town. Even we talked about plastic bags being banned in the city as well to try to keep those out of the waterway. And we have a marina there that we worked on and mitigating any issues with that and the invasive species from the bottom of boats and things to keep those clean when people come up to visit us, because a lot of our boating is probably from out of state or downstate, and even just downstate has different things on the bottom of their boat that we don't have here. So it's a constant battle, but an exciting one. That's why I'm here, to get back to that lake.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Coming over to this side of the table, I have to tell you, I was impressed that you mentioned the town Ishpeming and that you actually pronounced it correctly.
I spent some time up here.
Okay. Okay, Marquette has several potential development opportunities, including the future of the Cliff Downs site that you probably saw today.
Yep.
Please outline your experience in economic development, including the redevelopment of former industrial sites.
Okay. So I'll just say right now, I don't have a ton of experience with like brownfield development. There was a major one in Ashland where I actually lived during that time, and that's a long process. That's difficult. There's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of different people involved, and there's nothing simple about it. It does, however, provide an opportunity once you get there for that redevelopment. Economic development in general, that comes in different forms depending on kind of where you're at. Some places it comes to you, some places you have to seek it out. I would imagine Marquette, you're somewhere in the middle where this is a desirable place. I'm sure there's economic opportunities coming to you, but that doesn't mean that that's where it stops. In Washburn, for example, one of the largest structures on our main street had more or less been unoccupied. There was someone living in there, but it was kind of the cornerstone of our downtown. So the city made the move to purchase the building with the idea of, again, trying to spur that economic development from our side. And, I developed a website for it where we did renderings to show what it could look like. These are the opportunities. This is what our zoning says. We did tours of it, but that was kind of, you're creating your own economic future by purchasing something that, at a couple $100,000 in a building that needs a lot of work, may be an impediment to an economic development there. Just cost of revamping that, and then your cost of a new business is pricey. So we took the move to purchase it to then sell it for $1 or so to spur that economic growth. And that's kind of what you have to look around even here. The Cliff Dow, I'm sure you're looking to move that as probably sell it for more than $1. I think I saw that you think that could still bring a good amount of money, which it's on the lake. It's viable. It could do that. And selling it for a housing development, if that's the thing, then that could solve some of our housing issues. you know, if that doesn't work out, I'm looking at it and I saw you had municipal campground. I was like, it could be a campground, being on a lake and a long-term investment to the city. But the brownfield thing is something I'm very interested in learning more about. I don't have experience in how all those processes work and what that redevelopment always looks like. So that would be something if I was here, that one of the first things I would do is start to get a little more involved in what that means and what are the, how we get to that point. And I did see, correct me if I'm wrong, I saw in the profile, it stated that the city manager would finish the sale of that property. So is there a buyer currently for that development? Is that the way I understood
There's
it?
a potential buyer that
Potential buyer, okay.
in negotiations with
Okay.
them at this time.
Good. So I hope I answered that one. Kind of went off a different area.
All right. Marquette's park and recreational opportunities are unparalleled in Michigan. Can you tell us your experience in creating and maintaining recreational and park opportunities within your community?
Sure. So, parks and rec is something that I've always been interested in. In my last two positions, I've kind of assumed that role a little bit. Neither Washburn or Kremling had a dedicated parks department or staff, so I've kind of inherently just kind of jumped in there. In Washburn, our focus was the beaches and the campgrounds, and I did a lot of work in the campgrounds to try to innovate those. Like I said before, it doesn't always work, but the innovation is still, trying to make that the best for the people that come up there to experience it. We didn't have a lot of recreation in either location as far as leagues. Those seem to have faded away in both areas, and I've been trying to revitalize that, similar to the Cattle Kings, and trying to revitalize not just that rink, but the participation in town, and wanting to redevelop those leagues so people can come in. In Wisconsin, we finally did develop a recreation committee because we started to get overwhelmed with the invasive species remediation and keeping the 3 miles of walking path along the shoreline intact. So we fronted a committee to help preserve that and help guide us and give us direction, because sometimes you need that professional people that are in those fields to help us along. I'm not an arborist. I'm not, so you do need that help. So I continue to try to find ways to facilitate more recreation. And you guys here have far more than we do currently. And that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to sit in this chair today, was to be part of that.
All right, I'll ask the next question. So you touched on housing a little bit before, and many Marquette residents are struggling to find affordable housing in our community. Recently, the City Commission received an initial report on affordable housing from the Ad Hoc Housing Committee. And I was curious if you've had an opportunity to review that report, and if so, what your initial thoughts or reactions were to the findings.
I have had a chance to review it. I think Marquette is in a similar spot as a lot of growing and popular communities are, where you are seeing housing prices rise. Your averages here, they're higher than the state, higher than the surrounding communities, lower than the national average, but your average household income is in the low 40s, which makes a $250,000 house pretty unattainable. And with the cost of construction, a new house is absolutely unattainable. It's become extremely difficult, and how you manage that is also extremely difficult. And I believe it may have been you, Commissioner, who said in that about the city having some skin in the game. And I think that's an important part, is to really define what that looks like for the city going forward. And is it looking at property within the town, the city that is suitable for redevelopment, which I believe I saw there's a couple here that could be used for residential housing. And how you put skin in the game, is it giving that property away for almost nothing to a developer to have deed restricted rental rates? The missing middle is an important part of that, where ADUs are important and duplexes are important, but typically, we're not necessarily going to control the rental rates for those private developments. So you might have more housing availability, but you don't necessarily have the rates that are affordable for everybody. So that's where, the having the property and having some ownership in the developed to deed restrict, not, again, the question is, do you want to be in the housing market? Does the city want to be landlords? Or, if you do you contract that out to a management company for a facility that you developed? Typically, I think a good way to do that is having that property given for a low amount to a developer, to develop for housing, to deed restrict, or giving concessions to a developer for single-family homes, whether it be permitting costs or water and sewer development fees. You can waive those to then hopefully lower those costs of those single-family homes to make them more attainable. But obviously, I think that report is telling it in the right direction of that something needs to get done relatively sooner rather than later, because it's not going to get better anytime soon, and you have to get in front of that before it just gets harder and harder.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I'm gonna jump in here. All right, so we're gonna fast forward a little bit. It's 2026. You have served as our city manager for 5 years now. Looking back, what does a record of success look like for you? And please share with us what you hope to accomplish over the next 5 years if you were with us.
I think there's some obvious ones in there based on the projects you currently having going on. I would hope to see, you're not going to necessarily, I don't think you'll be able to fix housing completely in 5 years, but you can start to make good efforts towards that. I'd like to see some progress in that. These first few, I'm probably just going to roll down the things that you all know. And that's, continuing to make sure the lakeshore is restored and doesn't continue to erode. The brownfield, of course, you need to get that developed, whether it's in private or if that doesn't work out, then what can we do on the public side of that? I think another very interesting thing that the next 5 years is the old hospital. I don't believe the city necessarily has a stake in the old hospital itself. However, a building of that size, the longer it sits vacant, the harder and harder it's going to be redeveloped. And if it continues to dilapidate, it almost becomes cost prohibitive. And if that doesn't get dealt with, whether we're just here to help facilitate and help to reach out, I think something needs to be done with that before it becomes a blighted problem in the middle of the city. I think it was at 4 I've gone down. Other areas is just, your infrastructure projects. I know roads are an issue everywhere. You got to continue to, and I know you have a long-term CIP, so that definitely does help. And I know roads can get pushed, but I think it's important to make sure those continue to move forward, whether it's fully reconstruction or even, we've had good experience with chip sealing for roads that can be saved. I think that's a good economical way to preserve things for 10 or 15 years down the road. I apologize, there was a second component to that question, I believe, unless I hit it all.
The first part was kind of looking back on what you would think would be, what you would define as your success for that 5-year span, and the second was more so what you do hope to accomplish over it.
Okay, so I kind of hit on a little bit both, but I think the measure of that success would be make sure that we do, like for the roads, continue to show progress each year. The Cliff Dow, of course, would be, if something happens there, would be a good sign of success. Having interest in just the hospital building, I know they had interest, and that seemed to have gone away. but a sign of success there would be to have a convention center there. Actually, I did my tour with Captain, what's his last name, Laurora? And he had mentioned that, a convention center would be nice, and like the hotel or the hospital would be a great spot for that. I think the city would do quite well to have that large convention center to bring in people from downstate or other states to and to have their conferences, and that gives us an opportunity to showcase our city. And me not being fired would be a pretty good measure of success. So there's that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Please take a couple of minutes and describe in detail what attracts you to apply for this position. Why Marquette?
So, part of it is my childhood growing up coming to the UP. This has always been a place where it's been special and bonding with, my family. I've been doing the snowmobiling and the recreating and the camping. So it's always been a place where, well, in my younger days, like, who could live up here? And then as I got older, I'm like, I could live up here. And then when we moved to Wisconsin, and we really got to spend full time on the lake and being able to take more trips here, it really solidified that we don't want to live anywhere ordinary anymore. We've lived on the lake, we lived in the mountains. We want to be somewhere where it suits us going forward, and that's the recreation, and that's a small community. And this community, to me, you're not small. This is a good sized city, and you have all the amenities plus all the outside recreation that you could ask for. My girlfriend she's a wildlife biologist. She worked for USGS in Wisconsin and was on the Kai research vessel, and she ported here one night, and she texted me after that. She's like, yeah, if this comes up, you're going for it. And it came up, and I saw the posting. I took a picture of it and sent it to her. I'm like, she's like, oh my gosh. I'm like, what do I do? She's like, apply. I'm like, yes. So I did. So this has always been on our radar. And I was actually here in 2015 interviewing for a position. So I've been kind of just waiting. And I think I'm at a professional point where I'm happy it came up when it did.
I'm going to follow up with that. Sorry, Pro Tem Hill, I know you have the next question, and just say why now. I just wanted to add a little follow-up there.
Why now? Well, this is the first time this position's been open for when I felt I was in a position where I could do it. If this had come open a year ago, I would have still have loved to have applied, but I do feel a certain level of commitment to every place I work, and being a member of ICMA, 2 years is the bare minimum to feel you've made a commitment to the community you work in. And it just so happened that I'm a little over 2 years, and it came up now, and I felt comfortable that I've given a commitment to the current town and feel like I've made a difference, and I'm able to do this. Again, prior to that, I would have felt a little different. I wouldn't have felt I've made my full commitment yet. And we're looking for a little more long-term, where we really kind of want to be. And my family is, 7 hours away. Her family is scattered, East Coast, also in Chicago. So it was also to get a little closer to the family. I have nieces now and things like that. So
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
I used to live in Milford.
really,
Yeah, yeah. A couple of years, I helped start the community garden there, if you ever were behind the old auto.
yeah,
Yeah.
yep,
Yeah, so there from 2011 to 2014, moved up here.
excellent.
Um,
Small worlds.
Yeah. So my question is number 16. So we're on number 16. Have you had an opportunity to review our master plan? And broad question, if so, what thoughts did you take away from the document?
Well, it was 519 pages. I did review it. I took I wrote it in my phone, but there was a quote that in the first couple pages that talked about you can either accept what is happening or take responsibility for changes. And looking through that master plan, what it's kind of said to me is that this city and the elected officials are recognizing that change, and they're going to take responsibility to make those changes. I mean, change is hard for any community, and ones that's growing and changing for those that have been here their entire life, that is difficult. And you can ignore it, or you can take responsibility and do the things to make it work for everybody. The people who have been here their whole life, the people that are moving up here just to get something new in their life. So that's what it spoke to me. I mean, I saw there's some accomplishments that have happened. There was a large section for 2017 updates. You know, all the things we've touched on is in there: the housing, the lakeshore, the economic development. But again, I wasn't able to get into too much detail with that. But what it just said to me is that you're not going to stay with the status quo, that you are going to evolve and make the changes necessary that benefits the entire community, the ones here and the ones coming.
Thank you.
Dan, can you talk a little bit about the style and approach that you would use in union negotiations?
So I have very little experience in that. I had one union contract in Wisconsin that was for the police department, and we had a small department, so it was a relatively easy negotiation. Overall, I guess my viewpoint on that is, you know, you have to do what's right for the employee, but you also have to do right for the organization. So, I mean, it is a negotiation and a give and take, and, you know, what may have been fair 10 years ago may no longer be fair, whether that's in favor of the employee or in favor of the organization. I know, you know, pensions get expensive and get tough. I know, you know, you guys have some unfunded pensions itself. But overall, it's just, you have to recognize, you know, what's right for one side and what's right for the other. The actual negotiating part, you know, I negotiated with their union rep. Again, much smaller. It was pretty uncontentious. Their demands, our demands were reasonable, and we came to a pretty quick understanding. I would imagine this is going to be a little different here. You have, I believe, multiple unions for administrative as well as police, and probably fire. So there'll be a learning on that on my part. But that's essentially how I fundamentally hope to look at it, and hope that that is responded from the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Back over to this side.
Hello.
More recently, there have been increases in available state and federal funds. Please share some experience you've had in grant writing.
So I've done a few. In Wisconsin, we had like a $300,000 grant to shore up a bulkhead on the shoreline, as well as put in some new fishing piers. That was a relatively easy process. We had a $1.3 million grant for our coal dock, which was a larger protrusion into the lake that was primarily used for coal and other industrial dockings. And it was very popular for fishing, and it was deteriorating rapidly, so that needed to get done. Another one, the only one I've done so far in Kremling was for, this is very simple grant. It was to do a new municipal website, which we were awarded that, but again, very simple. Overall, my whole thoughts on grants are great. However, you do have to weigh the long-term impact of those grants. Of course, you may have a match, so obviously you need the funding for those matches. But you also have to weigh the staff time. Typically I haven't had a staff to do grants. It's been myself or my manager. So some grants come with a long list of yearly reportings, and you have to make sure that those grants meet your needs. And if you don't have the staff time to meet those, then do you have to contract that out, or how do you go about administrating those grants? So, you say grants are great, you want them, but you do need to evaluate to make sure that you can actually facilitate the long-term reporting and processing of those grants, because some of those with, Army Corps or USDA, those can be lengthy. And sometimes sometimes you have to go present those projects, and that's great, that's fine. You can do those, and that's part of it. It's just, you have to evaluate each one as they come in.
Back to me. Next, why don't we give you an opportunity to sit back? We're going to sit back and watch you while you give us a 2-minute commercial of why you think you'd be the best candidate to serve as Marquette City Manager.
Do I get like a jingle?
I mean,
No?
we wouldn't say no to a jingle.
Well, let me get my phone out. I can try to find like a jingle to go along. So I think, again, why I think the best candidate. I mean, everyone you've interviewed today, I'm sure, is a very qualified manager. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. I think what I bring to the table that may be different is kind of my background and my life experience, where, again, I feel like I engage well with everybody. I do have a bit of an outgoing personality, and my former boss would tell you I was a social butterfly, because they were very concerned moving to northern Wisconsin would I be out there, and I was. And I'm very open, like I said, to staff. I think staff comes first to me. I mean, what we do is community services, and those are absolutely 100% number one. But if you don't have a happy staff, those services can suffer. So I'm very open to make sure my staff is happy and put them first. Again, it's just, I think that's the overall background of who I am. And I hope that resonates with people, and it typically has. It's a short commercial, but yeah. So.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I have the last question that we're going to ask today, and it's just, do you have any questions for us?
Sure. So I know the profile talks about kind of your fit and what you're looking for, but kind of touching base on what I thought would be measures of success or areas that I thought were important. Can you guys kind of discuss with me the areas that, say, in the first 2 years or 5 years, that you would want to see this position tackle first and foremost, and what your kind of measures of successes might be?
I think we all may have a varying degree of differences of opinion on that, but, together, I think all of our opinions meld to form what would be the perfect city manager. For myself, I would judge someone on success on their ability to build rapport with the commission, with the community, with staff, the ability to continue a lot of the ongoing projects that we have and keep those moving forward, some excellent customer service, being creative and open to new ideas and challenges. Commissioners, anything you'd like to add? Commissioner Bonsall?
Yeah, I would just emphasize, long-term commitment to the community. And then also, as far as particular priorities or projects, I think if you haven't already, we recently had 2 public work sessions on our 2-year strategic plan. So so for the next 2 to 3 years, I think, what ends up being in that document, I really hope we can check off a lot of those boxes the next 2 years.
Other commissioners on that? Mayor Pro Tem Howe?
I think there's going to be some new opportunities with this new money coming that we've always been, operating out of scarcity, and now we're going to be really visioning forward. And what that vision looks like, and what that vision looks like under climate change is going to be a really important measure of success, because it's actually not a long-term thing, it's a right now thing. And so and then the only other thing we haven't talked about is our arts community here is very strong, and continuing to build on that piece as well as the recreational piece to be a great place to live.
Commissioner Mayer?
Yeah, Commissioner Bonsall referenced our strategic plan that we're working on right now, and a big thing that, at least from my perspective, that I would be kind of looking for is not just getting 1 or 2 of those things maybe checked off, but trying to get as many of the things in that plan accomplished over the next kind of 2-year span is more so where my mind is at. But
okay. Commissioner Stonehouse?
Thank you, Your Honor. To parrot a little bit about what Commissioner Mayer said, We have an excellent professional staff at the city, and it would be the ability to manage that professional staff to accomplish what is really, I think, a very daunting list of projects that the city is in the middle of executing. I think that would probably be the critical item, the critical box to check as the manager going forward. Keeping in mind that Marquette is the capital city of the Upper Peninsula, that we are a city in transition, rapidly becoming, I think, a 21st century city in many respects, in all respects. And that needs to be part of the activity that would be on your desk, is how we get there with what we have. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
I very much echo all of what the other commissioners are saying. Personally, I am looking for someone who has a strong ethics and who really does love the area and can really embrace the community. And I'm also looking for someone who is really excited about taking the next big jump in their career and is willing to work hard. I would also, in terms of getting things done, we have our strategic plan and we all have our priorities. But I always believe when someone starts a significant job, that they have to find one special thing that can be done within maybe the first 6 months of the year that they can call their own. We don't know what that is yet. You might.
We'll find it.
Yeah.
And one thing to echo kind of what Commissioner Stonehouse talked about, the professional staff. That's one of the most exciting things for me moving into this level here is, you know, I don't have a lot of staff, you know, so there's so many things that we want to get done, could to get done, but a lot of times, you know, my ideas sometimes have to start and stop with me. I don't have, you know, a parks director. I don't have a lot of people to go to help facilitate some of these plans. There's only 3 of us in town hall and 3 in public works and 5 in police. So to have professional staff to go to one of them with an idea and then be able to have that back and forth, I miss that. I like that. I do better when I have people that we can discuss and talk through projects, and that's really exciting for me to have again. I really can't wait to have the opportunity to have those people on the ground to be able to accomplish things. So I am truly looking forward to having that level. I was going to ask one more question, and I forgot. So, and this kind of all ties in, but what, like, in the first, say, 6 months, what is that number? Does anyone have like a number one thing that they say needs to be addressed today? Not the, you know, everything's long-term too, but is there anything that it's like, this is day one, you need to come in here and you need to handle that?
No.
No.
Our city manager, Mike Angeli, has set it up so whoever comes in is going to be able to get the lay of the land before they need to make any decisions. So, we don't want someone coming in and just, you know, making some big change right away. We want to make sure that all our projects, as we've set them out, continue on as is for now. But
So I
we certainly have things coming up, but there's not
Yes.
anything that's hanging out there that's huge.
Okay.
If you would look at our consent agenda the last few meetings, we're really trying to squeeze in a number of things before Mike retires.
So they're always trying to do to you, you know? Making you work hard before you leave. Yeah.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Your Honor, I just wanted to mention, reinforce for the candidate, this is a natural progression. Mike has put a terrific amount of time into the city. He's retiring, and we're looking for a replacement. The barn's not on fire. The horses haven't escaped. We are in good shape.
Well, I'm used to that if that was the case as well.
And all the police are still here.
Excellent. I had a wonderful tour this morning. So, no, I'm really excited. I appreciate everyone for giving me this opportunity. I've had a great time here. I'm going to spend the rest of my day coming back and around in the city again. Unfortunately, I have to leave very early tomorrow morning. But I do really appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
You guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I know it's a Saturday. So if anybody wants to get a drink later, I'll probably be at one of the breweries.
Thank you.
Mike, you want to come to the brewery? Thank you all.
All right, what are we doing on time here? We've got about 5 minutes. Do I have a motion to suspend the rules for 5 minutes, Commissioner Stonehouse?
Motion made, Your Honor.
And Commissioner Mayor?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no. Motion passes 7-0. We will re-adjourn at 2 o'clock or thereabouts.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
We'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting so we can start publicly and openly. I'm gonna go for a time on that one. All right, so we will reconvene the meeting. We are live again. Thank you, John, for joining us. It's nice to meet you. We will go down the line and introduce ourselves, first and last name, and when we join the commission, we'll start with Commissioner Bonzel down here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name's Evan Bonzel, and I was elected to the Marquette City Commission in 2019.
I'm Sally Davis, and I've been on the commission for a year.
I'm Jessica Hanley, and I was elected to the commission in November of 2020.
I'm Jenna Smith. I was appointed to the commission in 2017 and elected in 2018.
And Jen Hill, and I was elected in November 2018.
Hi, Cody Mayer. I was elected in November of 2020.
Fred Stonehouse, I do not recall when I was elected, but this is my 11th year.
Well, thank you for joining us, John. We certainly appreciate you traveling here today to interview
Absolutely.
for this position. We will be running through a series of 20 questions. We've kind of got a back and forth where each commissioner will ask a question that kind of ping pongs. So, you know, you may have on the opposite sides. We'll try to direct you as we can. And each question we're hoping you can keep to under 2.5 minutes so we can make sure that we keep this within an hour. I will go ahead and start off with the first question. Please take the next couple of minutes and introduce yourself so that the community can get to know you both personally and professionally.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure to be here. John Kramer. I grew up just outside the suburbs of Chicago, so about 25 miles west of the city. Woodridge and Downers Grove is what I hail as home. I had the opportunity many years growing up to be involved in Boy Scouts of America, which very much formed my love of the outdoors, which then led to the love of the Upper Peninsula. So ability to go camping, ability to be out in nature was one of the founding principles of my character, my recreation activities, and has since formed a lot of jobs for me relative to that. So again, in looking for universities, I wanted to stay in the conservation, environmental science, perhaps even pair that with the law enforcement, game warden, DNR type position. So I looked at 3 areas of the North Woods, I'll call it. One was St. Norbert's, the other Northern Michigan University, and then UW Stevens Point. I selected Northern Michigan. I had been up here on family vacations prior to, so kind of always had a love of Lake Superior and being on the lake. So I think that probably led to the decision. I forced my parents to bring me up both summer and winter, and as truth be told, most of my employees who have ever worked for me will tell you is that I'm a winter fanatic. So not only do I enjoy snow removal, but I enjoy the recreation abilities of deep snow as well too. Once it was more on skiing, and then as I became larger and not as I'll call it athletic, snowmobiling took that place. So I currently have snowmobiles in the Keweenaw Peninsula in Calumet stored there. So normally that's where you'll find me relative to snowmobiling. Marquette does still offer some good snowmobiling, more so a little bit to the west and the Grand Marais area, at least for me. So work-wise, I worked while I was in college up here, worked for Pete Chevrolet at the Marquette Golf and Country Club for 2 seasons. My junior and senior year stayed up here, and then that kind of translated after graduation into positions. So became a golf course superintendent, worked for a park district. Then that amplified, had some opportunities to work more in, I'll call it the street department, and then that matriculated into a public works director position, then ultimately for Brookfield Zoo, Chicago Zoological Society, and got to build some really great exhibits for them, and then kind of went back into the Parks and Rec realm where I am now for the Fox Valley Park District, which serves a community base of about 233,000 in 3 municipalities, 4 counties, and has roughly about 171 properties to date. So I hope that gives you a broad spectrum, a little bit of both personal and professional.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to be number 2 for you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm number 2. Looking back at your professional career, please share with us your proudest moments.
I would say the proudest moment would be attaining a master's in business administration while I was working full-time, and what I will call in a traditional method. I did not want to attain a master's online, or I really wanted to go through a majority of seated classes. So that would be my proudest moment, would be attaining that professionally. I know that's kind of a short response, so I'll give you a second one as a additional opportunity. When I was afforded the position of Public Works Director, transferring from the city of Aurora, mainly in Parks and Recreation, running a golf course, having winter responsibilities, looked for another opportunity and did find, when I was hired with the city of Wooddale first, it was the Assistant Director of Public Works in charge of streets and fleet mainly. When I arrived at Wooddale, the existing Public Works Director took another position, so I was afforded to move up rather rapidly. So becoming Public Works Director at, I'll call it, a fairly young age, and at an experience level that was more on the operations side and less on the engineering side, the existing village manager separated the engineering department out and put that in place with community development and left Public Works where it was. So I think the second most, I'll call it, milestone of my career was being promoted so quickly in an organization that I had only spent a limited amount of time. I attribute that to two things. One, we were on the shores of the fantastic Salt Creek in Wooddale, which flooded regularly, and I'm sure, as all of you have heard, 100-year floods and 100-year floodplains happen every 5 to 6 years, depending on where you are. So that opportunity, because of those challenges and the successful management of those, afforded me that confidence in the village manager to move me up into that position. So that would be number two.
Thank you.
I got the cadence down. It's tracking this way, and that makes sense.
It's about to throw you off.
It's going to throw you off way more
Is
than
it?
that.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to get a light overhead so I know where to look? The masks are a little off. Sorry, I'll
I think your cadence threw me off, but we all know that every project doesn't always turn out as planned. And can you share a project or an idea that worked, that did not reach the result that you wanted? In other words, something that turned into something in your hands.
Do I have to pick just one?
You may pick one. Pick the best one.
Unfortunately, I'm sure you all have staff that report up through and explain the pitfalls of construction projects, project management. The Brookfield Zoo, Chicago Zoological Society, we were always in the midst of having a new donor opportunity that wanted to build an exhibit. We were always trying to go through and find another opportunity that we could bring a exhibit online or in some way build something with funding, since the zoo was primarily funded by, I'll call, gate admissions, and then the other source was donors. So when we were building the Animal Ambassador building, there were several times where the project would take a complete right turn because funding was, I'll call it, ambiguous. It was coming in and then it was being repositioned. So that often had a lot of challenges when you're trying to continue down a plan that you have construction drawings for, you've already gone in, you've already selected contractors. So keeping that continual focus on the final outcome and making sure you were to that while kind of navigating some amount of funding was very challenging. So being able to have good communication with the stakeholders that were involved in the project was paramount, because I wasn't the ultimate decision maker. There were others on the board that ultimately were the decision makers, of the ones saying, we're going to need to pare this project back, or we're going to have to move this in a different direction. So that was the best for the society at that time, but it ended up, we circled back around and built almost the complete project as planned. Now there's some phased approaches that were later completed as part of it, But I think that from at least my developmental standpoint, I had never worked on a project where it was mainly public funded dollars, where you knew what you had, you knew what you were able to construct, and you ultimately had a budget and a deadline to get to that. The zoo was a little different and didn't always afford that. So I think that would be my best example for something similar.
I'm the one that's going to bring you over to the side of the table. Working in a positive spirit with your neighbors is a hallmark of those of us in the UP. So please share your experience in working in a regional capacity with neighboring communities.
I think the Fox Valley Park District would be my best example, just because of our boundaries, our 65 square miles between the city of Aurora, the village of North Aurora, the village of Montgomery, and residing in 4 counties. We're in constant communication with our fellow municipalities in a lot of the work that we do. We have regional partners relative to our correlation on the Fox River, as well as just the public works coordinations that my department does on a daily basis relative to any of the properties that we maintain. So that could be something as simple as on Friday, we had a new water service going in at one of our toilet rooms that was in the village of Montgomery, and I was in contact with the public works director for the village of Montgomery. He had understood that this work had been going on for some time, but just always keeping him top of mind that we're working in his municipality. He has his, I'll call it, authorities' approval that we have already gone through, but just making sure that those lines of communication stay open, as well as special events. We're always helping the other municipalities with some amount of special event, ours or theirs. I think that's important to maintain those relationships. And I value my staff because, again, I've only been with the district for 5 years. There are many of my staff who have been there for upwards of 20 years that have relationships with, I'll call it, other stakeholders. We have community groups, things like that are all part of that, it truly, and I hate to be cliche, but it does take a village. So everybody is involved and there's communication, and nobody feels like they are the last man standing, nor do they feel like their voice is not heard. We have a lot of communication amongst those. And, I afford that to a lot of very good project outcomes, both collaboratively, both at my level, the departmental level, as well as the board level. Our board works very well with the city council and others to make all those things happen. And really it's a spirit of we're all in this together, because regionally, we're all looked at. So there are complaints that come in perhaps from residents, users of our trail system, for example. They don't know what trail system they're on, whether they're on Fox Valley Park District, whether they're on a county system or a city system. Educating, making sure that the resident knows, sure, that might not be ours, but I'll get that issue to the right person because I know them. So I'll place a call, I'll send an email, I'll take your screenshot, your Facebook post, your Twitter feed, and I'll send that over the right person. And then I'll get back to you and say, hey, they confirmed, they understand that. So I hope that explains a little bit about the collaboration.
All right, my turn. Serving as the city manager is certainly not an 8-to-5 job. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about your volunteering activities outside of work.
As I alluded to, Boy Scouts of America is big with me currently. I'm still, I don't have any children, but I do volunteer more on the district level. So right now with Fox Valley Park District, we do a corporate Pinewood Derby event that I'm involved in the fundraising, sponsorship, planning of that event. This is the 3rd year we'll be running that. Outside of that, the district does do a lot of volunteer coordinated items relative to just our normal presence along the Fox River. So our facility is used for Friends of the Fox and our local water reclamation district to do cleanups. Traditionally, this year it was more ad hoc relative to the COVID pandemic, so it was more small groups. Traditionally, it would be organized in our specific location. Those are the majority of the ones that I'll call somewhat work-related. On the more personal side, In years past, I have come up and been a road marshal for the UP 200. That goes back to 2017. Last year, obviously, you know, there was not a UP 200. The year before that, we didn't have snow in Marquette and it ended early. So again, UP 200 is something that if at least I can't volunteer financially, I make a commitment and purchase mile markers and be part of it that way. I would love to be more involved, but at times a little bit of the transition between both locations is tough. So I do come up every year for it. I think I'm on a running year minus this year of going back to 2013 every year of attending. But again, some years I'm more able to volunteer than others. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, John. I was curious, if you were an elected Marquette City Commissioner like all of us, what would your top 2 goals or priorities be for the community over the next 2 years?
That's a great question. Recovery from the pandemic would be number one. Us, reestablishing city services that people know that, there are, all of you folks are able and willing for true constituent services, answer questions. Staff is available, staff facilities, public facilities are open. I know we're all in tumultuous times relative to that, relative to the pandemic. So, that would be, first and foremost in my mind is opening those back up and returning those city services back to the residents and knowing that they're there. Even so much as I know that the previous city manager had met regularly with city staff or met regularly with citizens at the Peter White Library. I would hope something in that fashion continues. Second would be the continued financial stability. I think that would be first and foremost, or neither one is a higher priority of the other. To some degree, they're both interconnected, but the continued financial stability would be number 2.
All right, John. So could you please share with us an example of a time where you went above and beyond to foster teamwork in one of the organizations you worked with?
Can I use the pandemic two times in a row?
You can use whatever example you'd like.
Very much most in regards to the district, we are, I'll call it a resource for the community relative to our community centers. So while we were closed during the pandemic, we did have to continue to operate a majority of our facilities. The district has roughly 60 buildings that are responsible with some sort of mechanical systems. Of that, I'll call it our 3 largest community centers are complex. So having staff to be able to be in those facilities every day to make sure the HVAC systems are continuing. We have indoor pools that we chose not to drain. There are life safety systems relative to some facilities have animals in them that all need some amount of continual involvement. Day to day cannot just stop. Can't just turn the lights off and we'll see you in 2 weeks. The ability to rally a group of workers autonomous of their feelings of the reality of which we were in relative to the pandemic at various stages. So again, having a group of staff that some were very fearful of the pandemic, others were not as fearful of it and were more on the line of thinking that it did not exist, and trying to still continue without all of those underlying characteristics, still being able to have a 7 to 3:30 shift every day, even on the weekends, to make sure that normal functions and asset protection continued. And I think it speaks to the ability of a leader to be able to rally all of those groups, those ideas, those commitments to work, and explain to everybody that while other departments perhaps will be working from home, while other groups of individuals may not have those dedicated responsibilities at a brick and mortar facility, our department still will and continue to answer the call and come back. So we did maintain our facility during the duration while we were closed. We never had staff that did not, or what I'll call abandon their post. They were recognized by the Board of Commissioners for their efforts afterwards, and ultimately morale and the vaccine, other things were afforded to them, and ultimately, I believe, while there were always some amount of gripes, there were some calls for, hey, what about me? We were able to get through it as a team. And I think the most important lesson that we were able to learn through that process was that not only did everyone feel safe because we put measures in place, we had precautions relative to using vehicles and how they were interacting relative to work assignments. No one was working with others. It was I'll call it sole assignments they were going out on to work on things. So we came around with a lot of workaround solutions to be able to get to that. So with all of that, I think that was the best example of teamwork relative to an uncertain situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's on me now. All right, so we trust you've had an opportunity to review page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. That page describes the type of candidate we are seeking to lead our city. Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
I think a little, to steal the last question a little bit, so I'll use a little bit of teamwork. I think that's one of the tenets on that page, as well as innovation and strategic thinking. So all of those are items that I would like to say that not only I pride myself on being high in character relative to, but as well as promoting. If I may steal a little thunder from the city of Marquette, one of the tenets while attending Northern I learned was the use of innovation. That was very much, even at the bachelor's level, was an item that was always brought in during coursework. So I've always used the city of Marquette as a barometer for very much, and again, I'll steal the geospatial sciences, GIS pages of the city of Marquette. I've always used that as a barometer wherever I've worked on where is Marquette relative to what do they have out for their maps, how are they showcasing the items that they're responsible for. A little bit when I went to Northern, I worked on a slope analysis map many years ago when GIS was just in its fledgling use, and remembered how much effort went into that from our planning practicum course, and have kind of always followed that. So innovation is something that I like to bring to any organization that I'm with, whether it relates to asset management, whether that relates to work order systems or fleet operation. A lot of innovation has always taken place. And I've been afforded to do that because I have had councils or executive directors, village managers that have supported that. Third would be that strategic long-range thinking, and I know that's one of the items that ultimately was listed on page 13. I think it's almost the third one down. Again, having a vision. Most of my positions have been very, I'll call it, short-term, 3 to 5 years relative to vision. But that doesn't mean that I wasn't involved in strategic master planning, capital improvements planning that had a 5, 10, 15-year ultimate look. very much a lot of the operations role that I'm in currently focuses on a lot of very near-term items. Where are we at in our financial planning, deferred maintenance of assets, taking care of items that are very short-term, 1 to 3 years out. But again, I favor a long-range vision, but work in a very near term. So I hope that answers a little bit about that.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Providing timely and effective customer service is very important to the City Commission. Please share a recent past experience you had in solving a citizen complaint.
I'm sure Marquette is no different than any other community or agency now. You're getting feedback from residents both via text, via email, phone call, and social media platform. I always enjoy when I get them all four almost within unison in differing formats from differing people, and then I piece it all together. Most recently, as I was driving up here on Thursday, I got a call from a resident that is always involved, an advocate for the district, the department, aiding us, letting us know that they were walking one of our trail systems, found a split tree, wanted to make me aware of it. We ended up already taking care of it since he had been walking. I was driving, so I was not able to respond to his voicemail message that he left me. He traditionally just contacts my phone and leaves a message. So again, when I got to the hotel Thursday evening, I ended up calling him back and responding and saying, you know, we will look into it. I didn't get to speak to him. I left him a voicemail message as well, and ended up finding out that because he had left a voicemail message on my work phone, some staff have access to my phone as well, so they checked voicemail messages for me. They were able to respond, sent a crew out, the tree was removed and taken care of. So that's really how seamless things should be now. It shouldn't be left in just one person's hands. While I truly enjoy the conversation I have with this individual, and he's a good resource for a lot of things relative to the district, with technology, and I hate to go back and jump back on the innovation piece again, but with technology now, you're almost able to respond immediately to a lot of things. And not that, I want to take away anything from work-life balance or, staff having some ability to collect their thoughts and respond. Obviously, if it was a far more involved question that needed some amount of investigation, the response would be longer. But I think that's a good example.
John, I think from your days at Northern, you realize just how much lakeshore the city of Marquette owns. And I think it's about 10 miles. And of course, all of that is publicly accessible, and that's why we have it. But what in your experience would leave you to be a good steward of that tremendous asset?
Good question. You just added some more recently too, as I recall.
Just did.
There was a parcel bought across from what was Coco's, or what I refer to it as
That is
Coco's.
correct.
Very similar to the Fox River and the Fox Valley Park District relative to taking care of, we were originally called the Fox Valley Park District and Pleasure Driveway when we were created in 1948. So we were responsible really for the shores of the Fox River and a ring of pearl of parks along that corridor. So I equate that very similar to Marquette and Lake Superior, and that responsibility of being good stewards to that heritage piece of Marquette. I don't think it would be one I would take lightly. It's obviously one I have some familiarity with, both from attending university here, love of the lake, as well as similar experiences in current positions to it. So, it would be one that would be very important to me, and to continue to foster that development. And again, as parcels came up and other opportunities came up, continue with the council's approval, of course, to continue down that path. Does that answer your question?
I think it does, but did you jump off Black Rocks?
I did on several occasions. There's
Okay.
even some photographic evidence of that. If you run into those, I hope that is grainy enough that I can decline that that's me, but.
Thank you.
Oh, you knew it was me
I'm,
next.
I'm starting to get it. By 21 or 22, I'll be good. I'll know exactly where to look.
Okay, John. Marquette has several potential economic development opportunities, including the future of the Cliff Dow site. Please outline your experience in economic development, including the redevelopment of former industrial sites.
I do not have a lot of economic development background. Outside of plan review relative to some of the organizations and even current organizations that I work for, not a lot of community development experience. As far as brownfield sites, the district has several properties that have been in negotiations with, I'll call it industry and others, that had prior environmental issues with that we're still going through the process. And it'll probably outdate me even if I was to retire from the district because they've been in discussions for that long, some of which is some closed session items that I'm not allowed to go too far into. But I think I'm familiar with enough of the I remember having discussions at Northern relative to the Cliff Down site going back to 92 through 96. I again have kept up on it, and to say I've kept up on it, I've read articles as they've come up, as I've seen in the Mining Journal and others. Am I well versed on all the nuances relative to it? By no means, no. And again, I would look to the commission to provide direction to the next manager relative to where they see that property having opportunity, and would look for the betterment, because it does impact the shoreline, and would look for opportunity there as well. I know that doesn't really answer your question. I just didn't want to try and come up with something that I don't have community development experience relative to that, but I do have experience relative to environmentally compromised sites that have a public component.
Perfect. All right. Well, Marquette's park and recreational opportunities are unparalleled in Michigan. Please share your experience in creating and maintaining park and recreational activities within your community.
Quite a bit. Again, I would say largely most of my Parks and Rec experience, while Addison Park District was 7 years, was mainly more on the golf side. The 5 years at the Fox Valley Park District have mainly been more of a very urban park setting, dealing with day-to-day maintenance items and the maintenance and replacement of an aging infrastructure of park assets, which includes 100 playgrounds, 26 lake sites associated with 170 park sites, 2,500 acres. So I believe I have a lot of experience relative to parks and recreation, relative to an urban setting. Marquette is not an urban setting as I would compare it to Aurora, Illinois. While it is urban for the Upper Peninsula, it does not have the number and breadth of residents coming to the parks perhaps that a site in downtown Aurora would. Curse and a blessing to some degree on both. Most of my maintenance staff focus on vandalism every day. We're removing graffiti every day. We're replacing broken amenities every day. It's an ongoing, continual item. I'm sure there's some of that in Marquette, but I guarantee it's not to the level. The ability, I think, that benefits the city of Marquette relative to my experience is the broad range of amenities, topics, and types of environments that I've been exposed to in the 5 years relative to having that many sites. I think that's a benefit to Marquette.
So I'll ask the next question. Marquette struggles to attract affordable housing, and recently the City Commission received an initial report on housing affordability from the Ad Hoc Housing Committee. Have you had an opportunity to review that report? And if so, what are your initial thoughts on the findings and recommendations?
I did review the report. As I have complimented earlier in this interview, Marquette does a fantastic job in all of their comprehensive planning documents, whether it's the ad hoc report relative to housing, or it's the master plan or the CIP or others. It is always complete and has deep thought relative to the items that are in it. Going back to my day living in Marquette, again, I lived 3 years on the dorms, then I ultimately moved out, moved into a house on Van Evera, then had an apartment off campus. I know that housing was, even in 1995 and 96, difficult to find from a college student that was moving out of the dorms, and where do you go next if you didn't want to live in a rental house with 4 or 5 of your closest fraternity brothers, friends, cohorts, things like that. And the report seems to tell a similar tale, that if you're in that economic class, it is difficult to find housing opportunities in Marquette still currently. The demographics were interesting. Again, there was a lot of data relative to the report that said there are a lot of opportunities relative to housing in Marquette, and how that changes relative to transportation needs, and I'll call it our environmental and social complexities, that a lot of the residents of Marquette will look and say, what opportunities does this afford me relative to solar or other specific items that people are looking for when selecting a home.
All right. So we're going to fast forward here a little bit. It's 2026. You've been our city manager now for 5 years. Looking back, what does a record of success look like for you? And could you please share with us what you hope to accomplish over the next 5 years if you are our city manager?
A record of success would be stability. I think that's the most important thing in working for several public agencies through my career. The best times I've had is when there's been stability. And I don't mean just from the standpoint of that there weren't trying times, but that the manager was able to keep stability throughout all of those times. So I think at the end of 5 years, I would look back and make sure that anyone who was my direct report had clear direction, ultimately had the necessary items to provide good constituent services. Ultimately, their responsibilities were clearly defined, and they understood at the end of the day where they stood, not only with me, but also relative to the city. So at the end of 5 years, that's what I would look for as a success barometer, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, John, back to me. Please take a couple of minutes and describe in detail what attracts you to apply for this position. Why Marquette?
I've had a 30-year love affair with Marquette. It would be the capstone of my career. I believe I wrote it in my in the initial questions. I'm happy where I'm at. I like what I do. I like the type of work that I do currently. I would be remiss if I had let this opportunity slide and not apply. I had some angst in first applying when it came out, because I truly believe you don't leave an organization in crisis. Not that I think that the Fox Valley Park District is in crisis in any way, but they're in a pandemic, and we're still dealing with the outcomes of that. We have restrictions on a lot of our facilities, but ultimately this is a dream job. This is a dream location. This is where I plan to retire. If I do not succeed and you find a candidate that's better suited for this council, then that's fantastic because I believe in the success of Marquette. So ultimately, this is just, if I had to get the question 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, where would you like your last job to be? I said, I'd like a senior position with the city of Marquette.
Thank you. Appreciate that, John.
We have made it to question 16 out of 20. All right.
Good.
This one is about the master plan. Just broadly, have you had an opportunity to review the master plan, and what thoughts did you take away from the document?
I think I've mentioned, before, a lot of the reports, and again, I come from organizations, the Chicago Zoological Society, for example, that had a master plan that was volumes and very in-depth. The Marquette plan was concise. It had enough information relative to somebody as, I'll call it green as me, that was coming in to get a lot of items from it. The items, and I'll call it the tenants as part of it relative to what the goals of the time were to get to, were clearly defined both for staff to go back and review and say, this is in essence a longer vision or a longer version of our mission and vision, but it allows a reference document to go back to. I even went so far as to take a look back into the 1950s master plan that was out there and again, I didn't read the whole thing. Don't think that I sat down and, went through all of it, because I'm not that, I'm not that good. But I did read the executive summary, and they were talking about items back then relative to recreation and the affordability of transportation and getting around that continues to the 2015 report. So again, my applause to the founding fathers of Marquette that had the mindset to make those items, my appreciation to members all the way through up into those involved. And again, a past professor was listed on, Steve DeGouche was listed in 2015 as participating in, that master plan. So again, you can tell the commitment of those tasked with running an agency by the items that are presented with their names on it. Again, my current executive director always applauds his staff for saying, speaking of us, that we are all executives and our names are on the budget book, other items that are relative to it. And again, the information that's put into it has thought behind it. Not that things may change, priorities may move, opportunities may shift, but again, when at the time that was created, there were a lot of foresight into the items that were in there. So I know I gave a very much a glowing a report as how well I enjoyed it. I hope that answers the question.
Over this way, John. If you can please describe the style and the approach that you would use in negotiation with our friends in, or rather, collective bargaining agreements.
Sure. I've had some experience with collective bargaining units. When I stepped foot in Wooddale, they had a new operating engineers contract that had only been in place for about 12 months. I walked into several dozen grievances at that time. And then 4 years later, 3.5 years later, negotiated a successful contract after that with operating engineers that had a wage reopener as part of it and ultimately had some increased, I'll call it, management rights as part of it. I think it's important to always have a good understanding of the staff that you're negotiating along with, as well as the building blocks or the guardrails relative to, in Marquette's case, the commission. There's going to be some times where the commission will say, this is what we'd like to see during a negotiation standpoint. I think you go in knowing that you have those items in place. But I think your frontline managers, your directors, and others have to give you a pulse of where the staff is at too. And you need to be able to weather both of those items and see what serves both. Because ultimately, if you don't have the side of staff, you're not going to succeed in your organization, because staff is your lifeblood. They're the ones that are out working every day, providing that customer service. They're the ones that are out getting that work done from an efficiency standpoint that all ultimately has a cost associated with it. So I think you need to weigh both of those. Again, had experience relative to Brookfield Zoo. That was 100% a collective bargaining unit as well, and negotiated a contract there as well that had similar. That was a little bit during, I'll call it, the beginning of another tumultuous time financially at the zoo. So we were a little less to look at the wage side of things. So we were not able to work as much on the management right side. So we opted more to get some very clearly defined wage increases so we could budget appropriately. Does that answer your question?
It does indeed. Thank you.
Hi, John. More recently, there's been an increase in available state and federal funds. Please share an experience you have in grant writing.
The Fox Valley Park District has a grant administrator. Brookfield Zoo had a grant department that wrote grants. So most of the grants that I have been responsible for are those under $50,000. So the department, operations department at Fox Valley Park District, we traditionally do 1 to 2 grants a year that are mainly pollinator, establish some natural areas, things like that. 50-50 match relative to our sports complexes, trails. At Brookfield Zoo, I did 2 solar grants that were relative to just very small individual facilities doing solar power to pull them off the grid. They had a very small electrical draw. So that's basically my experience. I have found that for the most part, grants are a lot of project management, paperwork, and coordination. So if you're comfortable doing the project management, the coordination, the communication, stakeholders, you're great at documentation, you will be successful at grants no matter the size. Now, again, you know, I don't want to overshadow that a $4 million grant is the same as a $10,000 grant. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if you're successful with a grant, you're successful with any grant, because it comes down to paperwork and following the process and having good communication both with your grant administrator as well as the commission, because they're involved in the approvals or resolutions relative to it and the concepts.
All right. We're going to now ask you to take a couple minutes and show us a commercial for why you would be the next best Marquette city manager.
Okay, that's an odd one. I'm not a very braggadocious person. I would say for a commercial, my name is John Kramer. I am pleased to have the opportunity to interview and apply for what I believe to be one of the best municipalities in the Upper Peninsula as far as opportunity, cultural, diverse, recreational amenities, as well as just being able to call home and relax. I have a broad background in all types of operation, leadership. I am a continual learner relative to educational opportunities. I feel that nobody should ever stop going back to have some amount of professional education. I think it only benefits you, and that also is important relative to your staff, showing that, you know, even someone who's senior in their career goes back to still take other classes. I believe I'm a subject matter expert in several departments relative to running a municipality, and I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry, that probably wasn't the best commercial. I very much like showcasing staff's good works. I very much enjoy bringing others up and acknowledging their work. One of the platforms we use at Fox Valley Park District is called Yammer. It's a Microsoft product. Basically, it's a social media platform that's closed network just for the district and others. And so I try and promote that. I believe one thing that municipalities, specifically to some degree Public Works, don't do a good job of is telling their story. That nobody really says, you know, this is what we're working on every day. Main breaks, you've got someone out in the middle of winter working down in a hole to make sure that the city water continues to function because you have a 100-year-old water main that broke. So, sorry, I go off tangent.
Yeah, thank you, John. The last question that we have here is just, do you have any questions for us?
Sure. Relative to constituent services, and again, one of you can take this one. How do you feel that it's changed during the pandemic relative to answering constituent calls for service, questions? Where do you feel the city is now?
Well, I'll take a stab at it, and I'll see if any other commissioners want to weigh in. You know, our city hall has been closed since March of last year, so that's been a pretty big change for our residents, our constituents. But even given that, I think our staff has done a nice job adapting, adjusting, making sure that we're able to take questions, complaints via phone, via email, via Zoom when we have meetings here. But I would say it does feel like the public is a little bit less engaged than they were previously, given the nature of the pandemic, and we aren't gathering, we aren't having public forums in person. We don't have the big community events where we just kind of happen to see people around as much. So I'm hoping that continues to get back on track as vaccination efforts increase. But yeah, I would have to say that it has changed, and we're doing our best to make sure we're accessible. I know most of us have ways of getting in touch with constituents, and I know that's the same with City Hall and with the city manager. So other commissioners on that, anything to add?
The only thing we have public presence on social media, the different commissioners, and the city departments do. And so that social media component was there. I don't know, I think it's been maintained. I think it's fair to say, but it hasn't grown in the same, hasn't grown. But it's sort of, so pre-COVID, post-COVID. But several of us have pretty robust social media presences or parts of conversations of meetings that continue to happen on Zoom. So there's community groups that have met consistently and come through. We had an amazing response on when we were sewing masks. Thousands of masks got sewn. In not just City Marquette, but the whole region. So yeah, so there was things, some things grew, I think, in community, and other things shrank.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. The technical functions of City Hall, police, fire, and DPW, I think went on without any interruption whatsoever. The City Hall was manned in terms of the manager's office and his key people that he needed to contact to make things function. What we lost out on is certainly the inability of you as a citizen to walk in and pay a bill or to talk directly to a department head as you might normally be able to do. The biggest loss was during a commission meeting, because you're on Zoom, the ability of the citizen to really communicate easily with you becomes more difficult and challenging. Even though we're back in this room now, it is by virtue of the governor's orders, we are unable to have citizens in here. So that direct communication, your ability to petition for change or petition for support is certainly a problem. But we hope to be out of it quickly. But in sum, I think the manager did a terrific job of keeping the city moving forward and getting the things done that really have to get done. Doesn't mean it was easy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the commission on that? Commissioner Bonsall?
Yeah, I would just say briefly that I think that while I generally agree with what my colleagues are saying, I also feel that in some ways
there might be some lessons that we can learn from COVID-19 about different ways to solicit public feedback and engage the public. You know, the reality is that even pre-COVID, like most municipalities, I think, the vast majority of the meetings we would have, you know, you'd have your same, maybe one or two residents who are very engaged who come to every meeting and probably nobody else for public comment. And I've noticed, like, as a commissioner, I tried doing like office hours just with myself, and like nobody would show up. And now that that's moved online, there's way more engagement and people asking questions every couple of weeks when I do that on like Facebook Live. So I think there's different ways to engage the public that, you know, maybe we can take some lessons from long term from COVID-19.
Some very good points. Thank you.
Any
I know
other
I'm
questions, John? Oh,
close
sorry, go
on
ahead.
time, so I will say I'm good. Thank you.
We really appreciate the chance to interview you and meet you today.
It was my pleasure. It's
Hey,
a great
welcome
Thank you very
opportunity.
much.
Thank you.
Welcome home, John.
It is fantastic to be back. It is gorgeous outside, and I very much apologize that you have to be in on a Saturday. It was raining this morning, so at least you got to miss that.
Thank you, John. All right, I've been informed that we don't need to take a motion to recess, so we will go ahead and recess until 3, maybe 3:05. Taylor. All right, we are reconvening for our final interview of the day. We have Ms. Karen Kovac. Hi, Karen. Thank you for joining us today. We will go down the line of the commission and do some brief introductions, first, last name, and when we joined the commission. We'll start with Commissioner Bonzel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name's Evan Bonzel, and I was elected to the Marquette City Commission in 2019.
Sally Davis, I've been on the commission for a year.
Jessica Hanley, I was elected in November of 2020.
Jenna Smith. I was appointed in 2017 and elected in 2018.
Hi, Jen Hill, and I was elected in November 2018.
Fred Stonehouse, I don't remember when I was elected, but this is my 10th year.
We skipped Commissioner Mayor.
That's all right. Cody Mayer was elected in November 2020.
That's because you were slow.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Karen. We've had a great day of interviews. We're really glad to have you here, and it's we're on our last one, so apologize if we're just a little bit loopy. It's been a long day, but we're really thrilled to have you here. All right, so we've got 20 questions. We're hoping that we can keep the answers to under 2.5 minutes, so we have enough time to get through them all. And we will go ahead and get started. I've got the first question here. Please take the next couple of minutes and introduce yourself so the community can get to know you both personally and professionally.
Great. So I'm obviously Karen Kovacs. I'm sure you've probably seen a couple of other different last names. That's the joy of being a woman and getting married during a pandemic. So I have over 10 years of municipal background, and it's a strong background in financial government. And I started off at a Big Four accounting firm, and I was auditing actually for-profit corporations down in Detroit. It's most of the automakers. So I got a call one summer and said, we need you immediately down in Detroit for the city of Detroit. They are falling behind on their audits. And so I joined the audit team and caught them up with, I think it was about 3 or 4 consecutive fiscal year ends. And that is almost like trial by fire for municipal government, as you're probably aware of the news lines. So I hated being on the audit side. I hated being the bad guy. Nobody likes the auditor. So I quickly jumped over to the other side with Plant Moran, which is a regional firm, and became a contract finance director and treasurer for a few different communities. And my first community, again, trial by fire, I was thrown into the city of Pontiac, which was under emergency financial management. Now, that is fast-paced, very important decisions have to be made, and I was serving as the contract controller and working closely with the finance director there, who is now at the city of Detroit. So I moved from there over to Allen Park, which was also under emergency financial management, and again, trial by fire, and learned quite a bit with 3 different emergency financial managers from the state. And that was really an important role that I had, because we have to work with different personalities and different agendas. And it is much like working with different council members and commissioners as well. Everybody has a different style, and it was important to quickly change. So what a bigger challenge was, though, was moving to the city of Ferndale as my next client, which is a very, I would say, very well-off community, very stable financially, and very fast-paced. And it is harder to work in a community that has funds and has money. I was fortunate enough that they had a plan, and they had a great master plan, they had a great strategic plan, and they involved a lot of the goal setting with their community, as well as their staff. And it was a joy to work there. And the one thing that was missing, though, was the community feel. Having clients is different than having a community. And that's where I made the decision to leave and stay with, they were a smaller client of mine, but my hometown, which is Milan. So I stayed there, and it actually allowed me to be in the community. It allowed me to see residents. It allowed me to see staff and actually connect with them and make a difference and be part of the change that we were striving for. And it really was a joy, and I very much love it there still. And that's where I reside. So I also do have a family. That's where I met my husband as well, and 2 stepchildren. And we enjoy everything on the outdoors. We do have a small farm that I understand might not be conducive to the UP, which is fine. But I do enjoy horseback riding, working outside, which is all seasons. You cannot just keep that as a summer activity. That is also a winter activity. So I enjoy being outside a lot. And I do have a passion for education of municipal government. And I was just telling Jen LePage that I enjoy going to the high school, and they have a senior wing, and they do take a few days to talk about municipal government and local government, and I try to make it a point to get there and explain the different roles, because there are different roles within government and municipal government, and you're starting to see a shortage of younger, department heads, directors, managers, and I feel like it's really important to start educating people on the fun side of government, because we're more than just a brick building. We're actually people, and it's hard for others to see that.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. And we will move forward with Mayor Pro Tem Hill.
Question number 2 is, looking back at your professional career, could you please share with us your proudest moment?
My proudest moment. There's quite a few. One that stands out, though, is how we were able to do a great amount of infrastructure work and road work with very limited funds. Being in a smaller community, the funding for roads is limited, and especially when we don't have a main thoroughfare for going through, like many of the other communities that I had worked in. And so being able to utilize your funds and utilize grants and find strategic funds and plans to accomplish the most amount of roads was difficult. And we were able to do that by looking at the infrastructure underneath, and also utilizing USDA loans, which are loans from the government, but it's also considered a grant and federal funding. So we were able to also join that with MDOT funds as well, and be able to get the biggest bang for our buck and do the most roads. And that there were 3 different issuance of what they would call bonds, but they were low interest rates, and we were able to accomplish about 4 different major projects, of which one was our Main Street, and that didn't close down our Main Street. But we were able to really accomplish a lot, and that was working together with not only just department heads and our engineers, but also with MDOT and what we have is a smaller regional type organization called WATTS, and they can help us with some of the smaller funding as well.
Over this way. We know that every project doesn't always turn out as planned. Can you describe one that you've had?
Yes, there's actually a relevant project that I'm thinking of. And I'm sorry if that's my eye twitching on that, because it is still a challenge. Before I became city administrator, we had approved, or council had approved, a splash pad to go into one of our main parks in town. And it was set to go budgetarily, and we have a plan. But the one thing that was missing was the location. And we relied heavily on our engineers and the splash pad representative to find the most ideal location. And we do have a river that runs through our park, and you do need to be cognizant of flooding, being the floodplain, the flood zones. And we really identified an area that had wide open space, so you don't have any of the tree fall, any of the underground issues that you'd have in the flooding. And while it was the most open and ideal location per the engineers and the reps, it was closer to the road. And once council had decided, had found out where the location would be, there were 2 new council members that were not involved in that process originally. They came in after the fact and had really voiced their opinion and their concern. And we would have had a splash pad in immediately and could have gone forward quite quickly. But because there were some concerns, we had to go back to the drawing board. And we were able to find a location that, while it's in the flood zone, it is in a more ideal space for being near our pavilions and being safer, to make sure that our families are safe. So it wasn't a project that went nearly as planned, but it was something that actually ended up being good.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Karen, I'm going to bring you over to this side of the table. Working in a positive spirit with neighbors is a hallmark of life in the Upper Peninsula. Please share your experience in working in a regional capacity with neighboring communities.
So my experience in working with other regional partners or surrounding communities is really, I think, more relevant down in Washtenaw and Monroe County. Just for a bit of a background, Milan is split between 2 counties. So I have 2 sets of individuals that I generally work with at the county, and both are very different. So we do rely on our relationships with not only the county, but also the townships within those counties. So it is vital and it is important, and it's how we get things done. We tend to get forgotten in Milan from the Washtenaw County side, and then we also get forgotten on the Monroe County side. So making sure that you are in the forefront of their mind is important, and making sure you are setting an example is really important. And I think that in Milan, we've had to do that because Milan is a city, and down in Washtenaw County and Monroe County, it's heavily based on townships. And there are limited resources in townships. I think that some of the talent that they can bring in is quite limited. So being the leader in that area is also something that we've tended to be. We help out with our townships because the success of our townships impacts us, and vice versa. So I feel like there is that relationship building that's important on both sides, and I think that being in Milan, we've been able to do that with our townships and our counties.
Serving as a city manager is certainly not an 8-to-5 profession. Can you tell us a little bit about your volunteer activities outside of work?
Absolutely. I like to get involved in the community. It helps with my job, but it also helps me connect. And down in Milan, I've been involved with the Women's Auxiliary at the American Legion. I worked with the Youth Sports League, believe it or not. I was a cheerleading coach and a cheerleading director for our youth league, which is a huge part for our community. Many of our youth leagues have been removed from our Parks and Rec department and gone to actual independent youth leagues. So being involved and being a good leader for the young kids is really good on community building. But I understand that this is not a 9-to-5, 8-to-5 job. But I also respect that there are boundaries, and there is time where I think people need to see that we're human. But there is nothing stopping us from receiving a phone call that there's a resident with flooding in his basement and he needs somewhere to stay, and we cancel the date with our husband and my husband and actually go and find a hotel room for this individual. It is a boundary, but it is a balance, and it is important. And there's going to be days where it's late, and there's going to be days where we can take off and hit the trails. So it is something that, as long as we have good cell phone service, we can always be working.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. If you were an elected Marquette City Commissioner like all of us, what would your top 2 goals or priorities be for our community over the next 2 years?
That's a really good question coming from you, Commissioner, because I think of the times where I'm seeing you and many of you, the other commissioners as well, communicating with the residents and having a separate outlet. And I feel like that is a major priority, is to really connect with the community, but communicate with the community. Obviously, it's been a popular form of communication, which is Facebook and social media. But there are some other residents out there that don't have that ability to be on social media. So finding out the best way to communicate with residents is really something that's high on my priority list. And that is actually also with the city manager role as well. But being an elected official, really, educating the public. Now, on the flip side, it would also be educating for myself and really looking into the issues such as the housing project that you guys have been talking about and we've been reading up on, is really moving forward and making sure that I myself as a commissioner would be educated and informed on really what is going on. And I think that I'm sure we'll get to it, but the ad hoc committee report on the findings, the initial findings, looking at that and diving deeper as a new commissioner would be a priority of mine. Thank you.
All right, I've got one for you. Could you please share with us an example of a time when you went above and beyond to foster teamwork in one of the organizations you've been with?
Teamwork. That is something that goes across, I think, all roles up here. So I would say one of the examples I have for teamwork would be quite recently. So in the city of Milan, there is actually a federal prison, and they are treated very much separate. They are a federal organization. They actually have their own reservation, and we don't have much jurisdiction on there unless we're invited. And there was a situation where I received a phone call from the executive assistant up there saying that they had a crisis, and they were wondering if we had any solution. And they had actually a water main break on their property, so it was not a city-owned utility. It was while it's our main, but it was their private service line. and it caused them to not have water for close to 24 hours. And they were desperate. And how do you manage, thousands of inmates and staff with no water? And they were asking for any solution that we possibly had, tankers, water troughs, anything that we had. They were bringing in probably well over 15 latrines to service, or porta-johns to service the inmates. And I scrambled for the next 2 hours trying to find a water source for them, and so did all of our departments. But also, it occurred to me to pull into our DPW and have them send them out and see what's going on, if there's anything that we can find a solution for, because there were several lines under their infrastructure that we could tap into possibly. And our DPW crew went over there and said, have you looked at this? Have you tried doing this? And while they were very much hands-off due to liability issues, they guided their crew to fix their own issue. And it was a 15-minute conversation with our DPW crew, and we didn't have to do it. And I think that there was some hesitation at first, but they realized the need, and they came together and used their resources, but really helped them out on that and saved quite a few inmates from having to be relocated or something else could have happened. I also think about another example for teamwork is using our community organizations. We have a unique organization called Moving Milan Forward, and they have a great ability to raise funds, and they have a desire to move fast. Well, in government, sometimes that's not always feasible, and it's always actually the frustration I quite often hear. But Moving Milan Forward has some energy that we can tap into and that we have, and they have been able to donate some resources to some of our big projects, but then also do some of the fun things that we as the city don't always get to do, such as providing solar charging stations. I think they're actually installing solar bike pumps, but really coming to them with a need and listening to what ideas they also have, but what types of resources they can bring to us. And sometimes it's a hesitation to utilize an outside organization, but it's really been something that has been a benefit for us.
Thank you, Karen. It's going to come back to me, and you probably realized that I meant to say it at the beginning, but the questions kind of bounce around. It's going to go in the same order now, but it does still ping pong a little. Sure. So just do the best you can. We'll ask, and I know it's hard with the math to see who's asking. So we trust that you've had a chance to review page 13 of the Marquette candidate profile. The page describes the type of candidate we are seeking to lead our city. Please take a couple of minutes and outline how your experiences and leadership skills blend well with our search for the right fit.
Yes, page 13. No, I know exactly what page you're talking about. I think that the right fit, we talk about, you ask a lot about qualifications, and I think our resume, we can outline qualifications and education all day long, and I can give you examples, but the right fit, from what I could see in that document, is really talking about the person. It's talking about that as an individual and as the personality. And in the qualifications, I guess we can look towards, but the interpersonal type skills that you have between the city manager and the commissioner. And I feel that there is that high energy, that there is that desire to move forward, but there's a respect for what has been done so far. And I think that this community is a great example of, yes, you want to continue moving forward, but there's so much to preserve and to maintain and to have respect for. And I do feel like I recognize that, and I appreciate that. There's a great amount of history. You have an entire building talking about history over there, and I'm anxious to get in there. So, that is something that I do feel I have, and I think that's also important for you. And I think the right fit also, kind of goes both ways, and I do feel that Marquette is the right fit as well for me. And that's really when I looked at that document, was looking at, this is what they want. You can have the best of the best and have the best inside. And that is so cool. And that it's such a breath of fresh air. Because often when you see job descriptions or job postings or, recruiters call, they don't always get to talk about the personality. And that's what I think that page really talks about. And I think that at some point I do want to ask all of you, when it's appropriate, what your expectations are or how you feel that we can build that trust, because I know that's important between this position and the commissioners, but also with everybody on the outside as well, such as the residents and the regional partners. So eventually, hopefully I'll get to ask that question.
Absolutely. Thank you, Karen. And I'm sure we'll be thinking about that. Our last question has something to that effect, to ask if you have questions. So we will have time for that. Just keep going down the line here. Thank you for that response.
Thank you.
Right, so we're at question 9, and that'll be question 20,
Okay.
just to let you know. Numbers, she's a numbers person.
I am a number.
So this question is, providing timely and effective customer service is very important to the commission. Please share a recent past experience you had in solving a citizen complaint.
Oh, citizen complaints. I guess I didn't really mention that I actually changed our rubbish service my first day as city administrator, so there were quite a few of those. No, I think one of the most relevant experiences with customer service has to be fairly recent, and it was around the pandemic, so our staffing was rather light, and usually I have a utility billing clerk that answers a lot of customer questions and customer complaints and handles it with great ease. So I was following a community page, a community Facebook page, and I tend to stay away from those because they can turn rather negative, and usually they're used to vent quite a bit. But there was a particular post talking about higher than normal or higher than expected water usage and water bills. And again, that can be a rabbit hole, but I followed it and I saw people asking some really good questions. And I took it upon myself to message them and to put a statement out there asking, if you have something, please call me. Here's my direct line. Here's my email address. Please call me and let's figure this out. And I looked into, I would say probably about 10 different accounts within that billing cycle and followed up with each of them. And there were some anomalies and there were some general, normal, situations. We're all home from the pandemic, so there was a little bit more usage. But it was really a chance to educate and to talk with them and find out what their expectation is. Many of the customer service complaints do have something where they just want to be heard. They don't expect us to change the fee. They don't expect us to waive their fees, but they want to be heard. And it is one of the benefits of being in a smaller community. You do get to know each one of your residents, but it is also a challenge because they can find you aisle 8 at Kroger all the time. But it is something that I took a great deal of pride on trying to fix. And another example of going above and beyond customer service is really when I try to promote that across all of our departments. And our city clerk actually did something pretty amazing in the past year. She took it upon herself and she offers notary service to elderly residents' homes. So she took her and her deputy and notarized a document at the request of the resident for them. And it was actually one of the last documents they signed before they passed away. And she did the same thing, though, for voting as well. She would drive around and make sure she is hand-delivering applications, the ballots if it's getting close to the deadline and they're concerned with the mail. It's just nice to see that, even all of our departments have really taken that customer service initiative and taken it to the next step. Thank you.
I have the next question. One of the defining features of Marquette is our lakeshore.
Sure is.
We own about 90% of it. That's 90% of roughly 10 miles. And we're very proud of that. And it's almost the third rail of politics in Marquette in terms of providing that, especially in making sure and certain that it's publicly accessible. So the question then becomes, how would you be able, or what relevant experience would you bring to Marquette to provide excellent stewardship of that resource?
So you said it, it's what makes Marquette very unique and very special. And it's tough to find another way to have the similar experience that you could get here with having to manage that much of the lakeshore. I think first and foremost, I understand the importance of preserving that space. And I understand that once something is developed, you cannot restore it back to its original state. And to have that in the forefront of my mind and to understand that makes any decisions that would have to occur revolving the lakeshore, makes that really right on the forefront and right at the start of a thought. And while we don't have a great deal of lakes in Milan, we did do a actual road restabilization as it was eroding away. I am very aware that there are needs and there are coastal remediation and the responsibility of a community to have that and to do it wisely and appropriately and timely. Actually, I think that that's something relevant for you as well. It's something that I'm aware of, and I am already starting to be educated on that. There was the MML put on a separate course just for responsible coastal remediation, and it was something I listened to, and I understand that, and that is something that should be taken very seriously. And you said it is a whole nother set of politics.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Hi, Karen. Marquette has several potential economic development opportunities, including the future of our Cliffs Dow site. Please outline your experience in economic development, including the redevelopment of former industrial sites.
I have seen that, and I have read up on the history of that. And there's actually a resident reached out to me, I believe yesterday afternoon, and provided some links to some very helpful information. So I am aware that there is that. I am very versed in brownfield redevelopment, and I'm actually seeing some really great things happen from there. When I came into Allen Park, it had already occurred, but they just had redeveloped their landfill and had built a shopping complex on top of it. And I remember saying, I could never tell. And yes, it's on the hill, and that's actually how they call it. And going into Meyer, they even point out, hey, this pipe right here, don't ever hit it. And it's interesting. And they were joking, and they were very, very sarcastic. But it's interesting to see, yes, we're sitting on something that at one point was considered very toxic. And I am aware that there are some steps that still need to be accomplished within the Cliffs Dow, area. And so I think that I'm very well versed in that. And I also know that I believe Marquette is an RRC established community, yet not yet certified. So there are some steps and some resources we can be tapping into and looking into with the MEDC and in various agencies as well.
Marquette's park and recreational opportunities are unparalleled in Michigan. Please share your experience in creating and maintaining recreational and park opportunities in your community.
I think this is the appropriate time to tell you, and I don't know if everybody's aware, that it is National Play Outside Day today. So, I know, right? So I just want to say after this, I probably will be running out this door, changing my clothes, and heading out to go outside again. So yes, I am aware of that, and I'm aware that there are different users for all of your parkland, and it's important to really kind of understand, the different roles that these users play. There's different needs and there's different wants, and some are more vocal than others. And I do believe that you've outlined quite a bit in your not only your master plan but your Parks and Rec plan as well for some improvements, for some maintenance issues, and some future development within your parks. And I say development very lightly in parks. I'm talking about, I think that there are some barrier-free structures you're looking at in making things accessible for all to enjoy. So I am versed in Parks and Recreation, but I understand you have a very qualified Parks and Rec department as well that is handling things beautifully.
All right, Karen, I'll ask the next question. And I think we had touched on this a little bit earlier, but many Marquette residents are struggling to afford housing in the city of Marquette. And recently, the City Commission received an initial report on housing affordability from our Ad Hoc Housing Committee. And I was curious if you've had an opportunity to review that report, and if so, what your initial thoughts are on some of the findings and recommendations.
Yes, I'm somewhat familiar with that report. I did take a glance at it and I did review it, and I've been following a little bit on I think Commissioner Bonzel, your own page, which is great because you are informing the public and educating the public, and it is obvious that you have also taken time to make yourself familiar with those issues and to really take a responsibility for that. The report is great. It actually has quite a bit of data that supports what I think you've been talking about for quite some time, and the need for affordable and available housing. And while I'm anxious to see what the next report has and what recommendations come out of that, I think it's really, it gives you a couple of things to think about and to consider now. And I think that one of the big things that's similar to what we are experiencing down in Washington County is the ADUs. And so having that creative solution and using the land that is available within that property to add more housing is great. Now, you talk about having multi-family housing units around too. You have some limitations on that with the parking, with the winter parking bans and things like that. So looking at some things that you can do as the city side and making things a little bit easier to have those options available, but then also getting any development that could occur appropriately, having that move a little bit faster, or offering incentives and kind of really lighting a spark under that. And I think that the next report will probably have some really good recommendations on that as well for you as the commission to decide. Thank you.
Alrighty, I got a question for you. All right, so we're going to jump a little ahead here into the future. So it is 2026. You have served as our city manager for 5 years now. Looking back, what does a record of success look like for you? And could you please share with us what you hope to accomplish over the next 5 years, if hired?
Well, you have a great master plan laid out that has a few things that need to be touched on soon in order to remain timely with that. But looking back at what would be considered accomplishments, I mean, I think many of you have asked the questions on some of the big ticket items at the Cliffs Dow property, the housing development and the housing issues that remain. Preserving our lakeshore. I think that something that I would be able to look back on is progress and seeing movement forward. And that doesn't mean you have to be completely done with the project or a development up and running, but it means progress. And it doesn't mean everyone's always going to be happy 100% of the time either. I think that as long as there's discussion, I feel like that is a sign of success, and that is a sign of moving forward. And so I would really like to see some movement on whether it's, I understand that there's been many developers that have talked about the Cliffs Dow property and looking at that, but having something really start getting in writing and moving forward would be something I would really like to see. And I would, having full commission meetings is sometimes a sign of progress, and having some very full and vibrant meetings would be something I would look forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, back to me, Karen. Please take a couple of minutes to describe in detail what attracts you to apply for this position. Why Marquette?
Why Marquette? Why Marquette? It is something that before I was even aware of this position, my husband and I were up here for a pre-honeymoon. And he says, before you marry me, you really have to promise me that someday we can move up here. We did think that was going to be 10 years down the road when the kids are grown up and moved on, and we're looking for something to slow down. But when this came up, and we were actually in Marquette when he was having this conversation with me, and when this opened up, and I contacted Frank Walsh about this, it was something that was so exciting, and we said yes, this would be something we thought we would slow down to, but this is something we want to move fast for, and this is changing, but changing in all the right ways, and it's changing me as my professional career going forward, and also just changing our lifestyle. And it's something that we are welcome to and we love. And my husband loves the outdoors, and he loves coming up here. He's been coming up here since he was a kid. He's brought our stepchildren, or his children, up here since they were babies, and we just always felt like our heart was here. And I fell in love with it when I came here, and have looked at it ever since. And we do love coming up here at the last minute, but we also like coming up here for a purpose.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right. So you actually referenced, this is a question about the master plan.
Mm-hmm.
And just you've had an opportunity to review it, and then what your thoughts and takeaways were from reviewing the master plan?
I can see why you would like to move fast-paced. There's a lot to accomplish based off of this master plan. You've talked about things from housing to climate change to arts and culture to recreation. There's a lot to accomplish, and I think the general feel of that document has been the values that Marquette has, and to really be able to outline that in all of those different areas and spell it out and provide it as a map for everybody who comes through Marquette. All departments have to follow it, in some sense, and it gives you the overall feel, and it's all linking together on what makes Marquette Marquette. And there, like I said, there's a lot to accomplish in that document. And we've touched on a few of them. And one that I'll give you also another clue of something I'll ask then, is the arts and culture. That's something that, not many communities get a chance to really have. And you have the space for it, but you also have the support in the community for it. And it's something that I would love to experience. So the master plan has it all, and I'm anxious to see when you update it, because I think things have been kind of slowed down with COVID, just like us down in Milan. But I'm anxious to see what the next phase of that looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over here, could you please describe the style and approach that you would use to negotiate collective bargaining agreements?
Yes. Actually, I just wrapped up one of those negotiations with a union right before I came up here. So it is relevant. I've had quite a few union negotiations over the years, and my general take on it is it starts early. And it doesn't mean that you're having conversations about what you're going to negotiate, but it really starts early with the relationship that you have with that union, with the members of that union, and with the departments that they affect. And it starts early, and it starts right away. And I think that in that relationship, we like to discuss what we're considering and what our challenges are, as much as listening to what their concerns are. And there has to be that balance between what is financially responsible, but then also where are you showing that you're appreciating your employees as well, and really trying to find that balance and understand where they're coming from, but also being able to portray why you're also either saying no or saying yes. And the term, collective bargaining agreement is exactly that. You're collectively bargaining. So there will be sometimes that tug and that push and that pull, but it's all coming for the greater good of the city that you're serving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've got it. Back to me. More recently, there's been an increase in available state and federal funds. Mm-hmm. And please describe your experience you have in grant writing.
So grant writing, in government, that is important, and that actually is probably some of the biggest funding for some of your projects. With grants, though, there is typically a commitment for funding and for matching funds as well. And so one of the important things I think with grants is knowing before you go out for it what you need and what you can afford. Because like I said, there is typically that match. And being able to put yourself in a position or you have the city in a position where you can jump on those opportunities is also something that is great to be prepared for, financially and I think, staff-wise, because once that grant is approved, there's also a time limit. So being able to prepare yourself to jump on those opportunities. Now, grant writing directly from myself, I've typically utilized either contractors or sometimes it's our engineers or other firms that can write those grants for us. And that's where I would rely heavily on is the actual writing with professionals. They're much better at it than I would be. But my job would really to be analyzing that cost initiative and that time frame and bringing that back before the commission. Thank you.
All right, it's back to me. Next, we would like to take an opportunity to sit back and watch you give us a 2-minute or so commercial about why you think you'd be the next best candidate to serve as Marquette City Manager.
How cheesy do you want me to get? No, I think, so this is my time to shine, really. And this is where my personality can show. I am bubbly, I am energetic. I understand that there's a time and a place for that. So we are professional today, but I have over 10 years of experience in the municipal government world, and I love it, and I have a passion for it, and I also have a passion to bring the community in on local government. And I value the relationships, and I understand that relationships are key to the success of not only the city, but also my own professional experience as well. And I love the communities that I serve. I don't go looking for a community where I'm going to be, okay, this is fine, I'll live somewhere else. But I want to be and love the community that I work in. And Marquette is fantastic for that. There's a playground outside, basically. You have all the shoreline that you can have right now. And I want to utilize that for my own fun, but also for our community as well. So I love Marquette, and I think that this would be a great fit, not only with my background and my experience, but also with the personality that I can bring out and have some fun with this. And I'm a load of fun, I promise you that.
Thank you, Karen. I really want to thank you for your interest in serving as our next city manager and for applying and coming to talk to us all today. And our last question, as we alluded to earlier, is do you have any questions for us? I understand that you do.
Yes, I do. I want to get into the first question I think I brought up was, talking about that trust, and what do you feel is your expectation or the first step or the biggest step to gain that trust or to earn that trust from this position? What are you expecting, and what can you share with me on that?
I'll go ahead and start that off.
Please.
So I would say whoever our next city manager is going to need to meet with me as the mayor several times to kind of build that rapport, get to know each other with the pro tem, with commissioners, and then also with the department heads and the staff from there. Also community stakeholders, of which we have several in this community, and the general community at large, and really ingrain yourself in the community. That would be my expectation.
Mm-hmm.
I invite other commissioners to share what their thoughts are. Mayor Pro Tem Hill?
Agreed. One question I have is the emergency manager.
Mm-hmm.
Very troubling history with that methodology of going about what is definitely a very complex, wicked problem.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please, I admit that is a cause of concern for me.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please speak to that and how you see it, and how you, not that we're in that kind of position, obviously not, but you took part in that process, and could you please speak to that?
Yes, I walked into that part of that process, and it seemed very much as a crisis mode. And being in the role of a contract finance director or treasurer or a controller with the city, or with, I say the city of Pontiac was my first one, and then the city of Allen Park as well. But being with Plant Moran, you kind of had a little bit of protection on that. But you had to utilize every experience you had prior to that and all of your knowledge to provide an emergency manager who doesn't always have a finance background or doesn't always have municipal background either, and provide them with the right knowledge to make the right decision. Now, understanding that this is a state employee and the state has agendas as well, and there is a level of I want to say disappointment, but there's sometimes where your idea as a finance expert isn't taken. And it's frustrating to see that, because that's where the state emergency manager might not think of people. And us as finance experts also to have some sort of understanding that there's labor issues and that there's a greater impact on decisions. And I think that was probably a frustration of mine, being an emergency financial manager or working for an emergency financial manager. But like I said, you as the financial expert have to think about what financially is the best, but also knowing that financial impact has an employment impact as well. Because if you, let's say, for example, you cut the salaries of your police and fire, I'm not suggesting that at all, but that's what happens. You understand that you're going to have either a mass exodus or you're going to have a major morale problem. And that alone is a financial nightmare. And having to communicate that to an emergency financial manager who wants to listen is easy, but who doesn't want to listen or has a different agenda is difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonsall?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would echo the comments about getting engaged in the community quickly and sort of touching base with all of us and getting to know all of us and building that relationship. But I also think something that might be helpful is just providing regular updates about
progress that we're making on various initiatives that we're doing in the city of Marquette. I think sometimes it's easy to sort of, for things to not get pushed to the back burner, but they just kind of migrate there on their own because there's other topics that come up, and sometimes as commissioners we might get disengaged with different important projects and where they're all at. So that proactive communication on a regular basis with the commission, I think, could really build trust very quickly, because then we all are working with the same basic set of information and we're all on the same page.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, I guess I just need to talk about trust a little bit. If you were to become our new city manager, you'd be stepping into a community that doesn't know you, and you don't really know our community. So all the thoughts about meeting with the commissioners, meeting with the department heads, and really getting to know the staff is obviously very important. Also, I feel that you really need to be honest about what you can and cannot do. Sometimes you build more trust by letting people know what you can't do. And I come out of the medical field, and one of the things that doctors learn is first, do no harm. Our city is doing really well. We have a great staff, and I don't think any of them want you to mess with it right away. You might be able to as time goes on, but not until that trust is built. And the other suggestion I have for people who start new significant jobs is to, even though we have all of these plans, our master plan, our strategic plan, but to find something that is yours, that you can accomplish, and let the community know that you have that value right away.
That's a great point.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Mann?
And I'm going to say something completely different, but I guess trust is also a rather large encompassing kind of virtue. For me, I think, and I think all of my colleagues here on the commission probably agree with this, if you make verbal commitments of any kind or give us timelines or expectations, keeping to that and kind of keeping to your word, I think would go a long way building trust with all of us. But also if something happens where those initial kind of timelines or whatever it may be that you tell us that that's not going to happen, communicating that to us and giving us ample kind of heads up and amount of time to readjust and reevaluate would be the only thing I think I'd add to that.
Also a great point. Thank you.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
I certainly would second that. Communication is critical, but the city of Marquette is a very complicated beast. And especially as the capital city of the Upper Peninsula, you're looked at differently than other places are. You can use the analogy that we fight above our weight. In other words, we carry a lot more clout than simply a city of 20,000 would normally be expected to. Even to the point that we have, for example, a lobbyist in Lansing that's able to assist us with a lot of issues. But what I'm trying to get to is that there's so many moving parts. You've got to figure out yourself how to engage the community so you can understand the stakeholders, to understand where the value systems are and what has to happen when and how it all connects together. And then take that and with the very good professional staff that we have, be able to keep all of the projects that we currently have moving forward. And at the same time, keeping the commission informed of what's been going on, what changes are happening, et cetera. And I'll just close by saying that our present manager was a terrific manager who was simply retiring. So we're not replacing a problem, we're giving an opportunity for a little different direction with obviously a little different person. So, thank you, Your Honor.
Great. Any other questions, Karen?
Just on arts and culture, I think that was a section that I saw in the master plan, and I think that's something that many communities are working for now and really taking on a bigger step in that. What does arts and culture mean to you, and how do you feel that you are accomplishing goals in the arts and cultures and offering certain programs? Is there anything that stands out to anybody?
Commissioners? Mayor Pro Tem Hill?
Thanks. Near and dear to my heart, I was served on the committee that helped form our Public Art Commission, and previously I worked for the statewide arts advocacy organization called ArtServe, and we brought the Cultural Data Project to Michigan, which actually helped arts and culture tell their story with numbers. We have an unparalleled music scene here, from folk music. We have a blues society that puts on an annual festival. We have a symphony that's actually really pretty terrific. that folks travel up from Wisconsin to play in, and people come over from Houghton. We have an amazing physical arts, so media, painting and sculpture. We have the North Coast Film Festival that we started with a focus on outdoor films. That was really getting going, and then COVID, of course. We have I think, a thriving arts education scene where our professionals and really skilled amateurs also make a point of reaching out to the youth. And so we have several different amazing programs for that as well. Really taking advantage of the university, taking advantage of the folks who come in to work in our medical professions. Really rich, vibrant community. It's one of the reasons that I chose to live here. And that planning process, we're deeply involved in Arts Midwest, which provides a lot of services. And there's a UP Arts Council that has also formed to support each other across the UP as well. That's very strong.
Impressive.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
I can put just a little different spin on that, too. We've had an art department in the city of Marquette for at least 25 years. And it's grown recently and become certainly more active and more involved based on the support of the commission, but we have a very long history of fostering that. And we're very fortunate in being able to do partnerships occasionally with the university to, obviously, again, fight above your weight with what you're able to accomplish. But we shouldn't forget the festivals that are here too, all of which deeply involve city involvement, at least in terms of providing applicable permits, et cetera. Obviously, 4th of July, Harbor Fest, sponsored by Rotary, the Blues Society that the Pro Tem mentioned, Beer Fest, put on by the Michigan Brewers Guild, which is, 300 different brewers or something, 150, just a huge amount down by the harbor. Plus, to the middle of February, the UP 200, which is the largest or longest sled dog race south of Iditarod. So those, and bike races, and the NTN. And we are the only city, I shouldn't say this in quite that manner, but we have 16 miles of bike path within the city, another 42 miles, 43 miles, I think, of mountain bike trail also within the city, and a special recreation area that the commission purchased, about 20 years ago, I think we did that purchase. So there's a lot of moving pieces beyond the traditional services of government. And by the way, we occasionally get a cruise ship. And by the way, we are the second largest shipping port in terms of tonnage on the Great Lakes, or in the state of Michigan. That's the iron ore trade coming out. So when I spoke about the harbor and the water, that is a real live thing that we have to, plus 2 marinas. Forgot about the 2 marinas, plus 2 private marinas. So again, lots of moving pieces that obviously the manager, one way or another, kind of sits in the middle of.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners before we tie this up? Commissioner Bonsall?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that my colleague, Commissioner Stonehouse, did a very good job of, I think, kind of getting to that point of when we talk about arts and culture, oftentimes we start thinking immediately about the arts, but culture is much more broad than visual arts or just the performing arts and things like that, as important as those things are. So we certainly have many community events and things. I would emphasize that as well. But also, I think one thing that we've seen recently, at one of our relatively recent work sessions, is the interaction between our parks and recreation system and our arts and culture, and they're intertwined very intimately. For example, like a very specific example, we had some performing artists in the community and who are on the Arts and Culture Board. I don't want to say concerns, but giving us some ideas and feedback about this peer project that we're working on and saying, hey, make sure that this is actually a viable venue for performing arts, as long as you're building this new community parks asset. So I think that's an important component to think about as well, that our arts and culture is so tied to the physical, recreational, public spaces that we have.
Very valid.
Briefly.
But I would be utterly remiss to not mention that, of course, we are on Anishinaabe land, and that this community is been deeded by treaty from the Anishinaabe. The folks are here. They're here now. We have a Center for Native American Studies at NMU, And so that is something that we are working to figure out how to do a better job about. And that is absolutely on our agenda to do a better job, to bring that relationship into a better place.
Thank you. I'm glad you added that.
Do you have any other questions for us, Karen?
I could go on all day, but, but like I said, it's nice outside and it's National Play Outside Day, so I would love for all of you to go enjoy that too.
We really appreciate you coming and interviewing today and taking the time to travel up here to Marquette. It was a
Thank
pleasure
you.
to meet you.
Thank you so much to all of you for taking the time and consideration for this, and the opportunity is just one to really take advantage of, and I hope that, I know that all of you are proud, but you have done some amazing things. And to be a part of that is going to be very difficult to fill someone's shoes, such as Mike Angeli's, but I'd be incredibly proud to be a part of that. So thank you again for just the consideration.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. So, commissioners, at this point, we have public comments from the commission, and then I think we'll move towards adjournment. At this point, do we have any additional public comment?
We have nobody waiting for public comment.
Thank you, City Clerk. Commissioners, I guess I'll go down the line and see if you have any comments, if you wanted to say anything, but you certainly don't have to at this point in time. And I would just, refrain from stating who you're going to vote for at this point, as that could be, well, I guess we're in an open meeting, so you can do what you like, but as the mayor, I would prefer that we have this discussion on Tuesday. So I will start things off with, I think, Commissioner Mayor, based on the last time when I did this, but anyway, we'll go that way and we'll go around by alphabetical.
All right. Well, I think this was a great meeting that we just had here, and I think that regardless of who we do pick, presumably on Tuesday, that the city of Marquette will be in good hands, and I think that we have a lot of great candidates to pick from, and I'm looking forward and I'm very excited to that conversation that will likely happen on Tuesday.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
No comment, Your Honor.
Commissioner Bonzel?
No, I don't have anything. Lots to think about this weekend for sure.
Commissioner Davis?
I am very pleased that we have the pool of candidates that we do. It's been a long day, it's given us lots to think about, and it will be interesting on Tuesday.
Commissioner Hanley?
I would just like to say that I am honored to be a part of a search such as this. This is most likely one of the biggest decisions that I will make as a commissioner, and to help pick the person who's leading the city in a way. And it's wonderful to see that no matter who we choose, we are going to come out ahead. These were all great candidates, and it's great to see that we have so many options, and it's going to be such a hard decision. Mayor Pro Tem Hill?
Just want to say thank you to Frank, who did a fantastic job of helping us, to the staff who've put in a lot of time, Jen LePage, but also all the other folks who helped with tours and answering questions and preparing the document. Really grateful. This is truly an honor. It is one of the most important things we're going to do, and I'm really grateful. Thank you.
I would echo the Pro Tem's comments, and we will see everyone on Tuesday. At this point, I don't see the city manager, so we don't have comments from him, and we are adjourned at 4:03 p.m.